of the arrest of Sandra Bland in Prairie View, Texas in 2015. Yeah, it's 2019. This video was obtained through their rigorous work 4 years. Now, authorities have been sitting on this video for 4 years. It is a video that Bland shot herself of her arrest by a Texas Department of Public Safety trooper. Up until this point, all we have had was the dash cam video of this trooper showing his interaction with Sandra Bland. This video takes us inside of the car to hear as crystal clear her engagement with this state trooper. Watch this.
Get out of the car now.
Why am I being apprehended? You trying to give me a ticket for your failure?
Get out of the car.
Why am I being apprehended? You just opened my car door. You just opened my car door. So you threatening to drag me out of my own car.
Get out of the car.
And then you gonna stun me?
I will light you up. Get out.
Wow.
Now.
Wow.
Get out of the car.
For a failure to signal. You doing all of this for a failure to signal.
Get over there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, let's take this to court. Let's do
Go
it.
ahead.
For a failure to signal. Yep, for a failure to signal.
Get off the phone.
On my school.
Get off the phone.
I'm not on the phone. I have a right to record. This is my property. This is my property. Sir?
Put your phone down right now.
Now you're hearing him say, put your phone down. Now remember, when this actually took place, what really happened there was she was coming out of the Prairie View A&M University parking lot. And literally, this Department of Public Safety trooper was engaged. He had previously was engaged with someone else, turns his car around and follows Sandra Bland the entire time, waiting for her to do something. She fails to put
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. Your bitch bitch, nigga. If you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well, fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the K squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. How's everybody? It's a beautiful Sunday morning, right? Beautiful Sunday morning, right? Yeah, man. We're gonna get straight into Sandra Bland, man. Please forgive me. I'm not doing the normally how I do the show on Sunday where I do the Black History Minute and all of that stuff. Before I get started, I'm just going to go straight into the topic. And the topic is really, should we go along to get along? Meaning that just because one situation is set up a certain way, should we just ride with it because, you know, we're in the car, like in prison, and you just, right or wrong, you just ride with it. I don't agree with that, and I'm going to show you why. But anyway, we're going to talk about Sandra Bland today, man. We're going to talk about the Sandra Bland case and a little. And, you know, we're going to discuss it. Before we get started, let's check everybody in real quick. And then, you know, I got a guest for y'all, man. And he's going to be up in just a second, man. But before we do that, let's check everybody in real quick. First person on the docket is our resident sniper, Reese Neal. Shout out to Reese Neal. Got to have an enforcer out here in the chat, man. Somebody that the people just, they know already once they see that name and they see that symbol, their avatar, they know. And she said, look, I would not have that bull today. You will be gone. Yeah, shout out to Reese, man. Glad to have you in the building. You got to have a sniper out there, man. Somebody that's going to just take heads and we ask questions later, right? You got to have that person out there, right? Shout out to Reese. Who else in the building? Demetrius is in the building. Shout out to Demetrius. Go ahead, man. Stay in school, brother. Stay in school, young brother. Keep going. Keep pushing your program. Who else is in the building? Von Brain is in the building. Shout out to says greetings, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, as always. Okay, man. Now I got somebody who I was arguing with most of yesterday. I'm going to bring him up. What's going on, Brother Rico?
What's up there, bro? See, you argue with me because you don't listen to me. That's the problem.
Yeah, most of the time I don't. I will admit that.
Yeah.
And I should, because I know. I know. I hate when I do that. I have to go, man. Damn, Rico was right on that one.
You would think you would have learned by now, but hey,
how you doing, man? How's family? How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing wonderful. Getting ready to get out the country come Tuesday. You know, I'm going to dip back over to the island.
Oh, okay, good for you, man.
So I'll be over there for Turkey Day. Yeah, so I haven't been I went for my birthday, but that was with the grandkids and whatever, and that was like no kind of vacation because you know they ran me like a white mouth mule. So this time it's just be me and the missus alone, and we'll actually have some time to rest. We ain't taking nobody. Like hell no, we're gonna go over there and unwind and relax for a week, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, man. You
know, how's your little ones?
Oh man, she's doing good, man. Everybody's doing good. You know, I was like, man, I was supposed to take my baby boy out driving today, but he didn't get up in time. So you know,
wasn't mad, was you?
Huh?
So you wasn't mad, was you?
No, man. The one that got over is mama got over. Mama said, well, hey, since he didn't get you up, I got a special project I want to put you on, brother.
There you go.
So I had to make mama holler for a minute before I left out of the house, man. So I said, oh man, she put me to work, man. I thought I was gonna dip real quick, man. I said, I'm already running late. She said, that's all right. Come here. I got an offer you can't refuse.
You're gonna be a little bit later. And I sure was.
But everybody's good, man. Everybody's good. Now, me and you, man, we was arguing at each other about this Sandra Bland stuff. Y'all think I'll be kidding?
Well, let me first say this. Apologies for me not being here Thursday night for our beloved executive producer, Sister Patrice. She has a special place in my heart. She was the original advisor, and I'm going to dearly, dearly miss her. But she will continue to be an advisor on the books for us, for me and you. And she knows she's welcome to come out and reach out. But I'm happy for her with her new opportunities and to move forward. And I just wanted to say I apologize for not being here Thursday night, but it's hard for me doing the weekdays with a lot of stuff going on. But I just wanted her to know that, you know, she's in my heart. I'm thinking about her. I'm rooting for her always. And she can always pick up the phone and hit me or you about anything and anything I can do to help her. I stand at the ready.
Right on, man.
I didn't want to go past without, pointing that out.
Okay, good, man. I'm glad you reminded us that because she is very fond of you, man, and I know you're very fond of her. So just want to make sure that we got that across.
And I'll say this too for everybody. I hate the fact that we even having this discussion today, but I just think it's necessary because I had even told Bro C, like, man, leave that damn girl alone. I'm tired of hearing about her, blah, 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 blah. But believe it or not, this was me that brought this up. And so if you're sitting there saying, well, why are they talking about Princella again? This one was on me. It was my idea for us to discuss this. So I figured, hey, one more in a dozen of Clarence's conversations about her. But I think this one is really important because it made me think about some things about her that I hope to show Brother Clarence when he was saying, like, hey, Rico, what's the problem? Let her go ahead and take him over there in the dating market. Remember, I told you there were dangers about some of her rhetoric that the rest of us that's not even in the dating market will have to deal with, and this is one of them.
Okay.
She's pushing this thought process out there to the people, and this really has nothing to do with dating, but it's just a horrible take.
I disagree. Now, maybe later. I only watched about 2.5 hours. I couldn't watch the whole 5 hours. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to tell me where she said some of the things you claim she said, Rico, but I didn't see her say anything that was way out of line, but Oh
no, yeah, she did. She made several assumptions about this young lady's death that's not supported or substantiated in any way.
I didn't get there, but we're gonna get there today.
Assumption after assumption about, and it was attitude. No, okay, we'll get into it because my thing is shout
out to the Great Pill.
Hey, shout out Great Pill. Everybody knows about the death of Sandra Bland in 2015 or whatever. Yeah. Young lady from Chicago was down in Texas, and I'm not sure where she was going, or I can't recall. And
she was leaving a college campus.
Right. So she got pulled over by a Texas police officer for routine traffic.
Yeah.
Routine traffic. No threat. No nothing. At worst, she should have just been given a damn ticket. But for some reason, you had these power dynamics and these power structures that went into play that he exercised his authority to have her arrested when she hadn't done anything to be arrested for.
Yes, she did.
What did she do to be arrested for?
She resisted him telling her like he give the commands he was giving her. He resisted
the command to what? To put out her cigarette.
Well, first thing she resisted. Now, as a police officer, he can demand that she gets out of the car. She resisted that, right?
Well, she
assaulted him. What? Then she assaulted him. She kicked him. She assaulted him. Okay. Right? He didn't push it on that. Because see, when we watch this thing, especially, I got to give it to Priscilla. She broke it down pretty good. Yes. At least the video where he was where the police officer, by the way, that lost his job, and they wouldn't. The family got mad because they didn't prosecute him.
Right.
If you look at the whole video, you'll see why they didn't prosecute him.
Well, I understand why they didn't prosecute him, because he didn't cause her death. He just had her arrested.
Yeah, but they wanted to prosecute him for. They wanted to say, like, if you're driving in a bank, shout out to Sister Annie, by the way, if you like a bank robbery, if you're just the one driving the car, they're gonna charge you just if somebody dies.
I think it's a silly notion that the officer should have been prosecuted. I think he should have been fired because I think that like with any job, you assess a person's performance. So I see a lot. Now, granted, I understand this. We live in a country where the police can basically almost arrest you for anything. Just about anything. Right. But they shouldn't. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We give the police a great deal of power, assuming that they're going to exercise just decision making. So just because the officer has the authority to just, it's 2 p.m., I'm going to arrest you for that. They shouldn't be doing it. Okay. So anytime you have an officer abusing their authority, that's performance that should cause that officer to be terminated. He shows that he can't be trusted with that. So that's why I said I believe the officer should have been fired.
Why? What did he do, Rico? What is your claim that he should be fired?
My claim is when he pulled her over for a traffic violation.
Agreed.
It never should have escalated to her having to get out of the car for a traffic violation.
Agreed.
I've never been asked to get out of the car for a trap. If I ran a red light, if I didn't stop at a stop sign, matter of fact, they usually tell you to stay in your vehicle. Give you your ID, proof of insurance. Once they run, ensure that you have no warrants. They either issue you a ticket or a warning, and let you be on your way.
Okay, so why do you think the man asked her to get out of the vehicle?
She refused to put out her cigarette.
Okay. And
so that's why I said some of the power dynamic. Yes, she was combative and disruptive, but the officer was too. And there was no reason. Now, granted, once he gave her the command, but it gets to a point where that's where, again, what the hell is she getting out of her car for? Yeah, you have the authority to make her get out, but what is she getting out for when it serves? No, you're not going to search the vehicle because you have no reason to search it.
Wait, hold on, Rico.
Go ahead.
Now, he asked her to get out of the car because, number one, she was acting kind of weird. He was just, I got to give it to Priscilla. He was, I pretty much,
according to her perception, but
yeah, because I'm looking at the whole video. Right. Now, when you look at the whole video, start to finish, not just the pieces that they try to say that the officer was combative. At that point, yes, he was upset.
When I'm looking at the video, her behavior to me was normal behavior. Someone being irritable and irritated about being pulled over and stopped. And then obviously she made several statements to show her irritation at being stopped and being questioned. She just basically did, and I don't find anything unusual about that. Now, could the officer? Well, why are you? They have we empower police officers in this country with an unbelievable amount of authority.
Agreed.
But all I'm sitting there saying is, and if we go to, I'm like, yes, you could say she was being a bitch, but that's no reason to sit there and say, well, you're acting weird. That's crazy.
Wait. I'm not
ahead.
saying acting weird is a crime. What I'm saying is a lot of times police officers have this antenna in their head. And so they say, this person is acting suspicious. Maybe I should investigate a little further.
No, that's not the way. Probable cause is you're supposed to have a reasonable suspicion. You're supposed to have a reasonable suspicion. That officer had no suspicion of anything. He was pissed off.
I'm not saying it.
Right. So
I'm not saying it here. What I'm saying is, because you don't know what's going on. Imagine yourself as a police officer. You don't know what's going on. I pull this person over, and for whatever reason, now the black lady that he had stopped right before her, he let her off with a warning, right? But you heard more. I'm just trying to show you how they put it together. So you heard Roland Martin make it sound like when he left from this traffic stop that he had with this lady who didn't have no insurance. He let her off with a warning. She
had insurance. She didn't have proof of insurance with her.
But I'm saying, okay, but
because he asked her to email it. He asked her to email it to him later from her file. So he believed she had it. So
that's what I'm saying. But she did not have it to present at that time. Correct. Sure. Okay. Sure. So therefore, he could have, done a lot. But
he could have basically what he could have done at that point. He could have impounded the vehicle.
That's what I'm saying, right?
But he did. He chose a different way. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so this is what. But he didn't even give her a ticket. He just let her off with a warning, right? So, what I'm saying is that lady was also black. Right? Okay, and so I don't think he was on this thing where I'm going to get all these black women. I don't think it's that. I don't think it has
anything to do with the black woman or even a blackness thing. I think it had more to do with a power trip. One thing that officers don't like is they don't like to have their authority questioned.
Agreed.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, so now, I don't think her being a woman had anything to do with it. Maybe her being black might have had a little something, but it doesn't matter. It could have been a white woman and he could have power tripped. More than likely, he wouldn't have.
But why would he power trip if he didn't have a power trip with the other black chick? Why did he have a power trip with her?
Because she was more fucking confrontational with him. Remember, the other black chick didn't say the things that she said. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying is their interaction was more combative because Sandra was more irritated. The other black woman probably knew. Why would I be irritable if I know I'm fucked up?
Okay.
I'm going to be more compliant. Yes, officer, I'm sorry. I'm going to be more apologetic because I know I'm supposed to have proof of insurance and I don't have it. So I'm not in a position. Now I'm Sandra. I got all my shit in order. I ain't done nothing other than a traffic violation, and I'm irritated.
Okay, but that's why people make it like he just pulled it out of the blue.
No,
right?
Just like I think she didn't. No.
I'm listening. Listen, I'm saying what Roland Martin just said. Like he was at the traffic stop with the other lady and just broke that to go follow Sandra Bland. So
I didn't see Roland Martin.
We're gonna watch it from the beginning where she ran the stop sign.
Sure.
That's why he initially pulled her over, because she ran the stop sign and he was gonna give her a warning.
He could have gave her a ticket. He didn't have to give her one. That's fine.
He wasn't gonna give her a ticket.
I'm saying he could have. They're not.
Yeah, but he wasn't even gonna give her a ticket. He was gonna give her a warning.
But here's the whole.
We're gonna watch how it escalated, Rico.
But Clarence,
Yes.
We all only know he was going to give her a warning after the fact. Sandra Bland had no knowledge that he was going to. So she's assuming every time you get pulled over by a cop, you are assuming you're going to be ticketed for something. That's always your first assumption. And if they issue you a warning, you go, damn, it's my lucky day.
But what difference does that make, Rico? Like you said, if you're
so,
guilty of the crime, if you're guilty of the crime, shouldn't you be like you said? You should be more reserved, right?
No, but the thing is that, but see, that's just it. She didn't even know what she was guilty of in the beginning. So what I'm saying is this: everybody's throwing out this assumption he was going to give it. Nobody knew what he was going to do at that moment, but him.
Agreed.
If he even was going to give her a warning, that's some shit that he might be saying now after the fact when he went to court and all that. Oh, I was just going to give her a warning. Blah, blah. Maybe he was going to give her a damn ticket. So that's all I'm saying is to set the table, you got to understand that even if I knew I did something wrong or I didn't know I did something wrong, when I'm pulled over by the police, as long as I know I ain't got no guns and no drugs in my car, I'm always assuming. The first thing I assume is I'm speeding. That's always the first thing that comes to mind is that, oh man, was I speeding? And you think if you're speeding, you're going to get a speeding ticket. And then you may be annoyed because you're like, oh, fuck, I got enough points. Oh man, this is going to mess with me. How much is, tickets here where I live, sometimes they could be like $200-300 right out the box.
Right.
In DC, they be bending your ass over with their ticket fees. I'm like, how is the initial ticket $300? Right. But that's how some of, because it's a big money grab. It's a big money grab, big revenue generator. So initially, if I get pulled over by a DC cop, yeah, right away I'm mad. I'm like, this motherfucker about to write me a $300 ticket. So that's what I'm just sitting there saying. It's like they make it seem like I agree. If she didn't help herself by being argumentative, but that's normal. People being irritated about being pulled over by the police. That's not to me.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Rico.
Yeah, but so again, I didn't hear. Go ahead.
My issue is that I because I like the truth, and the truth is she escalated the situation. If she would have just said, yes, officer.
Tell me how.
How should she? Because number one, if he asked her to put out her cigarette, she should have just put the cigarette out. Don't you agree?
But is she obligated to do so?
That's a sketchy line. Because here's the thing. Mm-hmm. What if he has some type of condition where
that's you could be. Cigarette smoke could be deadly to you. That's no obligation that I can't smoke.
Okay, so you may not be obligated. So here's the thing, Rico. You may not be obligated to put it out, but if I ask you to step out of the car, now you outside, you have to put it out. Now you're obligated.
Not necessarily. I have to step out the car. The order to step out the car, but there's no public smoking accommodation where, okay, I'll step out the car with my fucking cigarette. And I stand there and I follow your orders while I'm smoking my cigarette. Unless you're going to arrest me or handcuff me, then I don't have to put my cigarette out.
Okay, so
now, if you're going to
handcuff lawyer,
me
so
or
I can't
arrest
argue
me,
with that.
yes.
I can't argue with that one, Rico.
That's what I'm saying.
But what I can say is,
she would be
does the officer have a right? Does the officer have a right to create an environment where he feels safe? And if he don't feel safe with that cigarette smoke coming in his face while he's trying to write a ticket, or he's trying to determine if he needs to go further with understand, because as an officer, he may say to himself, you know what, I may need to, person is acting kind of weird. Something may be going on here. Let me just take a quick look around and see what's going on. See, that may be going on in his head.
Sure.
Because if I was an officer, my safety is always going to be my priority, not yours.
Absolutely. But again, I also understand that my sense of safety has like the perfect example. You know, they're getting a lot of officers are getting in trouble because what they're saying that's going to jail. When the cops jump on the car while the guy's trying to get away, they're saying officers are doing things to endanger themselves.
Okay.
You know, or where you don't get out of the line of fire. They have a duty to remove themselves from dangerous situations.
Uh-huh.
They actually do. So my whole point is, I think that that's where the escalation started, was her refusal to follow an order that he couldn't give, which was to extinguish her cigarette.
Maybe,
that's why, really, because she
maybe
was
you're
just
right.
adamant,
Maybe that's why he asked
no.
her to get out of the car. So let's
Right.
take a look at it, Rico.
Yep.
Let's take a look at it
Go
and
ahead.
see. This is the Princella, the Queen Maker, and she's going to talk about the situation. She's going to look at the whole video, 47-minute long
And
video.
I don't agree with shit she said, but go ahead. I don't, because what you will hear when we listen to the video, you're going to hear a lot of, you can't tell a black woman nothing. So it's all attitude based. I'm like, that has nothing to do with it.
Okay, we can cut through it, Rico. We can see what's going on.
What we gonna do is we gonna watch the full footage from the time that he pulled the first person over.
Fair use.
Some of y'all don't know that he pulled over a black woman.
Pause this for a second.
Before he pulled over Sandra Bland.
Just for honest sake, I don't think the first traffic stop has a damn thing to do with it. So I don't even know why, it's like you're automatically, I could sit there and say, well, how was Sandra Bland's behavior at the college before she left? Oh, she was in a good mood. She was very polite. She was very this, she was very that. So it's unfair for us to give the officer a prior interaction in a good light without giving Sandra Bland an interaction in a prior light, because no one, it's unfair right out of. Now, if you want to go to the part where he pulled her over and stopped her, then from that point forward, sure. What he did with some other driver has zero to do with what he did with her. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with that, but I think the first stop the first stop establishes that he wasn't so gung ho, or makes the, I don't say, let me say, establish is a bad word. It promotes the idea that he was not just on this, I'm just going to pull all these black women over and give them tickets and send them to jail. I don't think
that's what makes it unfair, because then again, that could have been an interaction where maybe Sandra Bland she left from a university. Maybe she was talking to a university officer and had a good interaction with him. But of course,
that's
like
you said, Rico, that has nothing to do with the interaction she had with him.
And the interaction that he had with that other driver has nothing to do with his interaction with her.
Okay, so then we can't say, if you're going to do that, then we can't say, well, when people get pulled over, of course they're going to be upset when they got a ticket.
No. I said
has nothing to do with this one.
No, right.
So
no, what I said is,
that's how we're going to do it.
Right,
that's how we're going to do
that. What I'm
that.
saying is, when a person gets pulled over, it's an automatic, it's a natural reaction that they're irritated. That's it.
Yeah, but no, you can't do that, Rico.
No, I'm just saying
that. If we're gonna say that this didn't have nothing to do with
let's do it.
then
let's
that
do it and take all the emotions out. Okay, let's do it and take all the emotions out. But then the way she speaks to him doesn't matter, and that's strictly going against what Princella is saying about Sandra Bland.
Okay, well, let's look at it, Rico.
Huh?
Let's look at it.
No.
All right, let's look at it. All right, here we go.
Like 2 seconds. Like 2 seconds. It wasn't even no lot of time that went by. Right after he finished letting the other girl go, here comes Sandra Bland with her disregard for traffic rules. He gave the first girl a warning. And the first girl didn't even have no insurance. She didn't have no insurance. So what I want to talk about, what I want to address is thinking, subconscious thoughts, and how you manifest.
Okay, so do you agree?
What's wrong now, Rico?
No. I want to ask you. Did you hear what she said? Do you agree? Do you agree with Princella's assessment that right after here comes Sandra Bland with her disregard for traffic rules?
Well, she ran the red light.
Huh?
She ran a stop sign.
That doesn't show a disregard. Listen, Clarence. To make a statement that, Clarence has a disregard for traffic rules, it's like, no, you saw the stop sign and you said, fuck it. Most people who run a stop sign, it's not for a failure that they see it. They don't see it. So that's what I'm saying. She's setting up. Oh, she disregarded. Oh, he ran that red light because he wanted to. Most people don't run a red light because they want to. They do it accidentally. Oh shit, I didn't see it.
No, most people do run it because they want to. It's a minority.
So so it could have right. Okay, so it could have been. So then you would agree she can't say that that's what Sandra Bland intended to do, was to run the stop sign. I agree. Matter of fact, the stop sign, they got, what do they call it? California. That's a California. I saw you do a California stop.
Roll.
The rolling, right?
Yeah.
So again, but that's not a blatant. So that and your state.
No, I can't agree with her and say that she did it on purpose.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
She did it.
Right.
I was talking to my son yesterday about impact versus intention.
Yes.
Even though you intend to do something, it's not about what your intentions is. It's about
what
the impact
actually happened.
that what actually happened, right?
Yep.
So she actually ran the stop sign.
Right.
And
that's why
I pulled her over for it.
Right. And the reason, that's why I'm pointing that out, because she said that, and that's like, okay, now that's just all of her statements are just gonna line right up with that. Sandra. I'm like, you automatically, her disregard, you're setting up the table.
Well, I'm gonna assume, I'm not her, I'm not Princella, so I'm going to assume that the reason why she made that claim is because of the way that the girl handled the officer, where she showed like a disregard for his authority, so that made it look like she had a disregard for almost all. She would have a disregard. Why wouldn't she? If she would have a disregard for his authority, and he got a gun on the side of his leg, why wouldn't she have a disregard for this traffic stop where she thought, nobody's here, I can just run this real quick?
So can I?
Or I didn't see it. And even if the officer pull you over and say, hey, you ran a stop sign back there. What? Oh, wow, I didn't see it.
Okay, but then I got a question.
Okay.
If she had a disregard for his authority, then explain to me why she stopped when she was pulled over. Explain to me. Wait. If we're gonna say she had a disregard, she stopped when she was pulled over. She gave him her ID and her insurance. See, if I got a disregard, fuck it, I'm not pulling over.
Wait.
So
just because she complied with those things,
right?
She didn't have a disregard. Because Rico, remember, she assaulted this man. She kicked him.
She kicked him when right. But we're gonna get to that point, and we're not gonna act like the kick was just out of the blue for no reason. Now, should she have done it? No, she should not have done it. And it's a crime when she do it.
But now I think that's where the first place where the officer went wrong was trying to snatch out the car, in my opinion. He should have waited until
she shouldn't have did it, but again,
with him, and it could have went a lot better with somebody talking to her and talking her out of the car, as opposed to him trying to snatch her up out of the car because he got pissed. Now that's right. I think that's the first place here where he went wrong. But we're gonna get to that. Let's finish up with your favorite lady, Princella.
What you think into reality.
So back it up.
And this is what Sandra Bland did. Sandra Bland was running on a cycle.
Back it up a little bit.
Back it up to where?
Just a little bit, so we can hear what she said, because it's important that I want us to pay very close attention to Princella's description of this, because to me, I'm like, and I've been in the law a long time. She don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She can go with that molecular biology made up bullshit she wants, but when it comes to the law, she has no fucking idea.
Rico, she's a lawyer. Rico,
she's talking about.
Rico, she's a lawyer. Rico, she's a lawyer.
Right.
Just like she's a psychologist.
What she's talking about? She knows nothing about police training. She knows nothing about police accountability.
She knows everything.
Has no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
Rico, she knows everything.
Why she came to this terrible conclusion about her. But go ahead.
How dare you, Rico? How dare you? How dare you subjugate the queen? How dare you?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, they ain't had no problem with that. This lets you know that I come from a balanced point of view, right?
She said she come from a balanced point of view. I disagree with that.
Right out the gate. Now, guys, remember when I want everybody to understand. She did this live this week, like 4 days ago, 4 or 5 days ago.
Yeah.
Now, remember, make sure you line up all the rhetoric that she's saying about this black woman with all the bullshit she said a week before about the greatness of the black women being at the higher power and men can't love and we ain't shit.
No,
but
Rico.
now it's all flipped on his head.
She's gonna thread her rhetoric in here. She's gonna thread some of it in here.
That's what I'm saying. So I want you guys to listen and say, what the fuck did she say?
Well, this initially happened because she made a video, I think 5 or 6 years ago, about Sandra Bland.
Right. And if we're gonna be clear, remember, that's when she was kissing black men's ass. She was whatever, mannying, whatever the hell they call it then, right? So she was full on manosphere then. Right. Now she's the complete opposite. And because people called her out because she was on the news with this shit, she's like, oh, I gotta finesse this shit and stand on it. Because other than that, this is making me look like a complete fucking hypocrite. You are. You were wrong then. You're wrong now. When the manosphere said it about her, they were wrong. Both you motherfuckers are wrong. So I don't subscribe to, well, if it was the manosphere, y'all, I wasn't with that shit when the manosphere was saying it. You're fucking wrong. That woman didn't deserve to die. Y'all can miss me with that bullshit. But right, go ahead. I just want people to hear what she said.
I want to ask you a question.
Because it matters.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think she is approaching this situation from an unbiased viewpoint?
No, she's a fucking grifter. She's twisting the whole. Bottom line is, it was a grift then, and now she's twisting it because she knows she done went over to this BWE bullshit and this lesbian shit. And now there are black women that are probably questioning, well, how did you have such a take on black women? And there's some that still are. And now she's trying to, in any other instance, the black women are a collective. They're all the same. But now she's trying to individualize Sandra Bland. But when we try to individualize black men, we can't do that. Yeah. Oh, no. It can't be Clarence or Rico. We can't be individuals. We have to be a collective.
That's a good point. I can't argue with that one. That's a good point. So that's definitely how she does.
She's trying to do that because she knows she was fucked up wrong with. If she wished that tape never existed, but it did. It does. Yeah. That's the
so she had to come back out and explain it again.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So this is the Queen Maker, and the Queen Maker says that Sandra Bland, man, she did it all to herself. Yeah. Right?
Yep.
All right, so here we go.
I call women out on their stuff, and now I'm calling men out on their stuff. But the world don't see it like that, which I don't really care how the world see it. But specifically with this Sandra Bland thing, for some reason, people think that I changed my mind. Like it's something to hide. Oh, no, I'm going to double down on it because I meant everything that I said. I meant 100% of everything I said in regards to Sandra Bland.
Wait a minute, Rico. Mm-hmm. We got somebody from the camp over there, from the Princella camp, says that she didn't say that she deserved to die. Did she say that, Rico? Or did she not say that?
No, she said
she did. She said she did say that.
Huh?
She did say that?
She didn't use those exact words, but yes, in essence, that's what she was saying.
Oh, it's kind of like I'm not telling you to be a lesbian, but being with men is terrible. You shouldn't do it, and you shouldn't be by yourself. But I'm not telling you to be a lesbian. That's the way it's kind of thing.
Yep. Exactly. Right. She just used a different word. And I mean, and if you're dumb, you think you have to hear those exact words. But no, I don't think I need to. I know what was implied.
Okay. All right. So we're going to get back to Princella. She's setting up her perspective on the Sandra Bland case here.
Behavior and her creating the situation that occurred. Now, this ain't about her death because the cop that pulled her over is not responsible for her death. Her death was ruled a suicide, and based on all the evidence, starting from the beginning of this to people calling her phone or her calling and not getting no support, no bail, and just word from people that actually knew her personally, how her behaviors. I don't doubt that the suicide ruling is actually true. Okay. And for those of y'all who think I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm not. I'm not no fan. I I went to me and my cousin went to a Cowboys game, and I was like, I'm gonna buy something from the Cowboys. I like sports. I like sports gear. Okay, specifically based.
Wait a minute. Men play sports. What's going on here, Rico? What's going on here, man? I'm getting confused even more.
I swear, when she say certain things, they must have cotton in their ears. They must have cotton in their ears because they don't be hearing what I be hearing.
Of the universe, man. What's going on here?
I have no idea.
Maybe she made the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, man. Maybe she went down to watch the cheerleaders, man.
They got women football teams, believe it or not.
Yeah, maybe that's
they got women basketball teams.
Maybe she's talking about.
They got women soccer teams. So it's a lot of sports gear that's women based that she could wear.
Yeah, but she's wearing the Dallas Cowboys. I think that's the men's team.
That is the men's team. She could be wearing I don't know what the WNBA team, but they got sports memorabilia, jerseys.
But I'm saying that she's wearing
the men's stuff,
representing the men, even though the men are the scourge of the universe. I don't understand.
Absolutely.
But anyway, let's move on. Yet another contradiction. Let's move on.
Baseball. I like baseball attire. So you might see me with a team on. It don't mean that I'm like really support the team. I can guarantee you I don't even know nobody on the team. I don't even know nobody on the team. I just might like the design. I might like the colors, right? But for sure, baseball jerseys, I just like baseball jerseys. And I just like the design. So, it's not indicative of me being a specific team supporter, right? That's how I am, right? Hey, I'm a free spirit, right? I don't belong to nobody team. Okay, I don't belong to nobody's box. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I want you to understand that I do not change my position on Sandra Bland. It's the same, and it's going to stay the same until I transition and to go to another world. It ain't never going to change, right? And I'm going to show you why it ain't going to change. Because, see, unlike other people, I like to get all the evidence. I like to make my judgments based on the whole video.
Fair use.
Unlike, people out there in the world who like to find clips and then try to, flip stuff out of context. I'm not that type of person. I want the whole clip. Let me see everything. And I'm going to make my judgment based on that, right? But you have people who like to take sides because they're emotional.
Now, you heard her, Rico. She said she likes to see everything, the whole picture, right?
So taking the side of justice makes you emotional.
Well, I think the implication is that
everybody takes sides. Even she takes sides. But everybody takes sides. So that means she's emotional, right?
She's saying, and we've seen that this is another contradiction. We've seen that she'll take parts and bits of stuff that she wants to take and use parts and bits and pieces of stuff that she wants to take. But now she's gonna act like, hey, I'm the great savior, right? I look at everything.
I'm the great neutral. I'm the great neutral being. And I'm like, you take sides. I agree with her when she says everybody takes sides, to include her ass.
I agree. Okay.
And that's perfectly normal. We all have teams. Now, I ain't talking about no sport, and I do believe she got a sports team, but I don't give a damn about that. But we all take teams. It's a silly notion to try to make people believe that you're above humanity. And humanity is, if you see an injustice, if you are a humane person, you want to see justice.
Right.
You want to see that injustice corrected.
Right.
So if that means you're emotional, you know what? Yeah, and what's wrong with being emotional? This notion that we're meant to be all purely logic. So she loves to quote this Maslow bullshit, Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah.
And reaching to the top of the pyramid and reaching self-actualization. You can't fucking get there without emotions. You don't get there without emotions.
Shout out to Bolo.
So if she claims she can get to the top of Maslow hierarchy and reach self-actualization as a woman and men can't, then you cannot get there without emotions.
Well, Maslow was a man, right?
Yes. And it's a theory. And you know what a theory means? It ain't even been proven.
You can't prove it, right?
Exactly. But I'm going to believe her. But I know that you can't reach what Maslow describes as self-actualization without emotions. It's
well, according to her, the women can. Women
not
can
without emotions.
Yeah.
Not without emotions. People just need to learn how to control their emotions. You're not to live without them. That's a silly notion.
Good point. Rico, we gotta get moving, man. We gotta get to the traffic.
Let's get moving.
All right, come on. Let's go.
Don't take sides. I don't care if you're a woman or a male. Right is right, wrong is wrong.
Oh boy, you heard that. Okay, let's keep moving.
Black or white, right is right, wrong is wrong. All the time. And I don't play interracial sensationalism because that's what this Sandra Bland thing was. It was total racial sensationalism that the media intentionally put out to create a narrative that wasn't true. Mm-hmm. And so what we gonna do is we gonna watch the full footage from the time that he pulled the first person over. Some of y'all don't know that he pulled over a black woman before he pulled over Sandra Bland. Like 2 seconds. Like 2 seconds. It wasn't even no lot of time that went by. Right after he finished letting the other girl go, here comes Sandra Bland with her disregard for traffic rules. He gave the first girl a warning. And the first girl didn't even have no insurance. She didn't have no insurance. So what I want to talk about, what I want to address is thinking, subconscious thoughts, and how you manifest what you think into reality. And this is what Sandra Bland did. Sandra Bland was running on a psychological program that was pro-black. She was running on a faulty program that was pro-black that dealt with black males being unalived by the cops. So she created a situation that made her.
Where is she getting all this from?
The Queen Maker knows everything, Rico.
Oh, okay. All right.
Questioning her.
Okay. So that's why, like, when you hear a setup like that, you almost have to throw out whatever conclusion they come from because it's so unfounded at the foundation if that's your belief structure. So you're not looking at the fact. You already said this woman is pro-black, men being unalive. You're just saying all of that. So nothing you can put on top of that. That's, like you said, a house built on quicksand. It's not supported.
Well, what it really was, I know she used Sandra Bland. Sandra Bland is the pawn she used.
Yes.
And to actually throw the pro-black, whatever that means,
under the bus.
The situation under the bus.
Which, right? Remember, what she's going to say, she was so deeply rooted in herself.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But she didn't know Sandra Bland. She just project all of this because, see, when you're pro-black, you know what you do as a pro-black person? When you was lost in the sauce with that shit, Princella, is you project pro-blackness on all black people. Usually pro-black people they want this universal black unity around the globe to get justice. And all black people are not that way. So you can't project that on every black person. A real pro-black person will know that everybody ain't pro-black.
Definitely not.
But that's what she does because she's still, in her mind, I think, still traffics in that shit. Now, she may traffic in pro-black women, but I think she's still, and it's twisted. You can be pro-black and still do some of the most detrimental things to the black community. You can preach.
Then you're not pro-black. I mean,
well, but you think you are.
Say you pro-black,
right? You say you are, and you
pro-black,
think you are, but
and
you're
you're
right.
doing
You're
stuff
not.
against the community.
You're not. You're not. You can be
pro-black.
Right, exactly.
That makes sense, right?
Nope.
But I think it's a
ahead.
thing. It's a crusade that she has internally with the because she was so caught up in it, and she got twisted and turned inside out behind following some dudes and people that was caping like they was pro-black, and they ended up stealing a bunch of money from her. Right. So I think this is just a jab at them, but she's gonna do it through Sandra Bland's
death,
right?
which is what I find to be so offensive. Yeah. I find it to be so offensive to use this woman's death for any of this grifting.
That is crazy. That right there is crazy. Because let the death die in peace. Right. Let the dead die in peace, and you know.
And then simply because somebody brought it up, you gonna double down with this dumb shit, which I can't even say she truly believes it because all her statements are stupid.
But even if the girl did
double down on it.
Even if the girl did all this stuff, even if she did do all that stuff,
none of it is justified.
She still didn't deserve to die.
Nope. And she didn't even deserve to be arrested. But she could have been. It never should have got to that.
I don't think so.
It never should have gotten. She should have been just given a damn ticket and sent on her way.
I think that's what the man was trying to do, Rico. But
no.
Unfortunately, wait. Listen, Rico. Listen. Let me finish. Unfortunately, he was trying. I think this. I wasn't there, but I think based on looking at the video, I think that's what he was attempting to do was to just give her a ticket. But something made him say, "Man, something's not right here. Let me take a little bit bigger investigation of what's going on. Maybe she's running drugs. Maybe she's a mule. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on. Let me just take a quick look." And if she would have just let him do that, she would have been on her way. Well, there's a lot of stuff.
And what she did was simply someone who probably maybe knew the law, just sat there and challenged him on the fact that, hey, you don't have any probable cause. You really don't even have probable cause.
No, you don't have probable cause.
You don't even have probable cause for her to get out the vehicle, but she should have complied with the order. Okay, I agree with that.
In my opinion, shout out to Tristan.
But even in the case where he really had no right to order her out the car because she had already produced everything up. She was identified. The car wasn't stolen. There were no wants and warrants. All that he did. So he knew basically she came back squeaky clean. At that point, an officer is supposed to let you be on your way because they can have a suspicion about every car they stop. But they don't give them the authority to say, hey, get out of the car. I want to look in the car. I want to search the trunk.
I agree with that. But at the same time, I think she should have complied with that and been on.
I agree.
That's my opinion.
I agree. She should have complied with it. But I also know that she really didn't have to by law. But she should have complied with his order because she wasn't doing anything wrong.
But Rico, don't you think if she didn't have to do that and she was recording the whole thing, if she just would have complied with him, she could have took that evidence to somebody and did something, right? That would have been a better way to handle it.
Right. But you know what generally happens? And I agree with that. I record it, file a complaint, and we know what happens to complaints. You know that very well in LA, they got truckloads of police complaints that they be wiping their behind with, flushing down the toilet. Because this sort of stuff happens every day, especially in that crooked police department of yours. You know it. Especially as dirty as the cops is in LA.
We got two of them out here.
The shirt, and they both dirty. They both filthy. And that's what I'm saying is so sometimes the citizenry just get so fed up that they respond in an irrational way. And I think that that's what happened. But I don't think she ever deserved to have been arrested, locked up, and much less.
I don't see where. I don't
you
see
where
where
you see white people be resisting that shit every day, and they don't even go to jail.
But at the point where they assault the cop, now the
I've
cop.
seen them do that and get away with
it. But that was the whole point. Is
it's always up because it's always
they're going to get away with that.
Right. What I'm saying is
probably
always up to the officer's discretion, and this is where I say I don't understand why, with all we know, all the dirty police departments, all the reports, all the information that's been coming up. How do we sit there? And I'm saying I agree that the officer had the authority, but I also know he had the discretion that this should have never happened. The level of authority is equal with the level of discretion that they can sit there and say, "Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go." And he chose.
He didn't have to do that. He could have. He didn't have to do that. He could have given a ticket. Now, I'm looking at the situation. He wasn't like erratic or nothing at the time when he went up to the car. So I'm just going to.
He was just being. I think he was being a soft-spoken asshole at the time he went up to the car.
Why?
He just
why you saying he was an asshole, Rico?
Well, because at the point is, here's the thing, and a lot of times I'm that same way, right? You pull me up, just give me the ticket. I don't want to hear the lecture. I just give me the ticket. I'm not gonna do no kicking or anything like that, but I'm like, man, just give me the damn ticket. I don't want to sit here and you give me a speech and then give me a ticket. If you're gonna give me a ticket, and I see people do it, man, just give me the ticket. Just give me the ticket. I don't have to be nice. You're not required to talk any pleasantries. Now, if they tell me to get out, I'm gonna get out because I don't want to be shot. But I don't think that there's no reason for you to tell me to get out because I'm telling you I don't want to hear this shit. Just give me the ticket. You're under no obligation to be civil with the police. You just can't prevent them from doing their duties, but you don't have to be nice to them. You don't have to be civil to them. You can be like, man, fuck this shit. You can tear the ticket up in their face, whatever. That all of that is perfectly legal and lawful. But then he can be an asshole. That's the thing. But it's nothing illegal.
But the way you structured it, Rico, is that he came up there being an asshole already, and he wasn't, as far as what I saw.
Well, I don't think initially. I just think, I don't think when he first pulled over, when he first approached the car and he asked her for her license and her insurance, that is just standard every day. You expect to do that. But then after he go back to his vehicle, which is standard protocol, and you got your name, you running all that shit through the database. Okay, anything? Oh, no criminals, no felonies, no stolen. The plates on the car is good, this, that, whatever. Usually by then, most of the time they come back with the ticket because they've already decided in their mind when they running it, they're back there writing the ticket. So when they walk back up to you to give you your documents back, they give you your document and say, I wrote you a ticket for this. Here's the ticket. You got X amount of days to do it. And you go on about your way. Right. Believe me, I've been given enough speeding tickets to know. That's just the way it is. So
shout out to the Metro DC Police. Shout out to the Metro DC Police.
If they see me with an open container, or I smell like alcohol, or I smell like marijuana, yes. But that officer had no suspicion, because usually that's the reason why they want to talk to you, to see if they smell alcohol or drugs.
You're assuming that, Rico. You do not know.
No, I'm saying what police. Well, again, right. I'm assuming he didn't. But those are the things that'll give you probable cause to go further.
That'll light you up right away.
I smell alcohol, I smell marijuana, or I saw evidence of. Now, but absent that, the fuck am I getting out the car for?
We don't know. Let's look at it, Rico. We got a lot to cover, so let's get going.
Okay, go.
Think that she also was a black male being pulled over for nothing, and she wanted to take an opportunity to regurgitate all of the pro-black nonsense and sovereignty nonsense. That's what she wanted to do. That's what she wanted to do. And y'all finna see that's exactly what she did, right? Whatever you think, you make it so. Anything that the mind can conceive and bring itself to believe, it can achieve. So what she created was a situation in her mind that did not actually exist in real time, in reality. So yeah, we gonna watch that. We're gonna watch that.
What's going on, Priscilla? What's going on?
Okay. All right. So I'm good. I'm in the side. And okay, great. So this is the full.
Okay. So this is the first person. This is the first black lady he stopped, right? I don't know why he pulled her over in the first place, but for whatever reason, he pulled her over.
This is the full video. And this was only one place posted the full video. Everybody else who posted the video, they either cut this part out or only focused on the cigarette part. They don't have the full video. So this chick that's in a black in this.
What's that, Rico?
This part doesn't mean shit.
But Rico, it's their thing was
it's to excuse the officer's behavior, to say that this was an earlier interaction, but it doesn't mean anything to do with his interaction with her. So I'm just sitting there saying her saying people not posting it because it's irrelevant.
I'm just saying that. Wouldn't you agree that the whole video is better than some of the video?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't think. I mean, the video. If that's the case, hell, show his entire day. It's all recorded.
Yeah.
Show his entire day. Show me how he interacted with the 5 other people before that. Maybe he busted a couple motherfuckers in the head.
Right.
I don't know.
I agree with you.
But I would say none of that has nothing to do with her case. So you just showed me this one clip where he had an amicable reaction. Maybe he cussed out 2-3 other people earlier.
Good point.
Or maybe 2 or 3 people after. I don't know.
Okay, but we don't have that. We have this.
Right. But again, what I'm saying is it's irrelevant. So no, I don't think
it's not irrelevant, Rico. Stop it. Not irrelevant. Okay. We're gonna keep going here. We're gonna keep going.
This red car, that's a black chick. This is a black woman in this car. This is Prairie View, which is a HBCU. So watch the energy of the cop.
Or you're gonna need to see if you can get with your dad. He can give you that. Maybe send you an email or something. You know what I mean? To get that copy of the insurance. Okay. Okay. This here is a warning. There is no fine. There's no penalty. But you just need to follow the posted speed limit. Okay.
So this person, not only was they speeding, this black woman that's in this car, she was speeding and she didn't have no insurance.
You got to pause it,
Clarence. He's telling her.
What happened now, Rico?
Okay, no, because the
Queenmaker, and the Queenmaker was giving me some good information.
No, because what I'm saying is, Clarence, what you fail to realize, this ain't even the whole interaction. This is after he's got her ID and went back to the car and ran it. So she didn't even show when he first pulled her over, him going to tell her what he stopped her for. So she didn't even show the whole fucking interaction here. She's showing the results of it.
Well, this is not her video, Rico. This is the video.
But then she can't spin the narrative about this is the whole thing, because this is not what she did that made him stop her. This is not him when he initially stopped her. This is after he went to his car and went back.
He said he was stopping her because she was speeding. Rico.
No. He play this from the clip from the beginning, and you show me where he told her that.
Just right here, when he told her, when he came to the car and said, "Okay,
listen."
Or you're gonna need to see if you can get with your dad. He can give you that. Maybe send you an email or something. You know what I mean? To get that copy of the insurance. Okay. Okay. This here is a warning. There is no fine, there's no penalty, but you just need to follow the posted speed limit, okay?
So
Right there.
Right.
Did you hear what he said?
Yes.
He said you have to follow the posted speed limit.
Speed limit, right.
Okay. All right.
But
so
that's still after he's already first initially went to her and got her ID and all that to go run.
Okay, I will give you that one, Rico.
Because you have to do that first to make sure the car's not stolen.
Right. And we don't have that information, and we don't see how it went.
And usually,
he said this is something else that I found very suspicious.
Exactly.
He said, you know, you have to call your dad. Is her dad on the force? Is her dad in the community? You know, some type of law enforcement personnel, or we don't know that.
And why are you letting someone go with no proof of insurance if you don't believe they have any? The first thing you do is impound the vehicle, and you tell them, yeah, you can walk home.
Not all the time, man. You know,
if you don't have, if they pull you over and you don't have insurance on your vehicle, no, they don't.
Well, I mean, I've seen it happen where
with no insurance.
Well, if you don't have proof of insurance right then, they give you time to get it. You give you 30 days to go and turn it in and see. And then if you get it, then they take the point off, right?
I've seen them sit there and impound your vehicle.
I have seen them also impound the car.
Yes.
But it all depends on how you are maneuvering and how you operate with them, right?
And they'll all
seen that.
They will impound it either no proof of insurance or even no driver's license. I left my license at home. They can impound your car.
Oh, they can. They can impound you, right?
Exactly.
So,
even though
what I have seen,
right?
People that they look at a person, they say, well, this person got a job. They trying to, they ain't just, they just might have left it at home, running to the store or whatever.
Right.
They depending on how you handle them, is how they gonna deal with you.
Right, but they gonna cut you.
Right.
So, and sometimes it's like, do I even just want to wait for the damn tow truck and all this and everything else? Because obviously, they gotta wait for the tow truck if I'm gonna impound it. Because if I just tell them to leave it here, they're gonna come back and take it and drive off again. Because by law, they're not supposed to let an uninsured vehicle be on the road. If they really
I remember one time, my wife had left her. She had left her license at home.
Mm-hmm.
She had left her license, and they called me, and she called me because the guy called. He said, "Look, you call your husband, and he can come and get this car. You know what I mean? I'll let him take the car, but you can't drive it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna let you drive it unless you produce it." Now, of course, she said, "Oh yeah, my license is here. I looked for it. I couldn't find it, so I said, look, I'm just gonna come over and get the car, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And then, after that, we came back and got the car. But I'm saying it depends on how you handle some of these police officers.
Yes, I agree with that. It always comes down to how you are interacting with them. But that's what I'm sitting there saying is I think a lot of that had to do with how this situation happened.
But we can't assume. See, I'm trying to get us to stop doing it, Rico, is assuming. We want to just get the facts, right?
Okay. Right. I'm just saying that it's clear as day that this is not the entirety of even this stop.
Yeah, that made me very
all I'm saying
about the emailing and all of that. I was like, wait a minute.
And it's cut right in at that point. This is the end of this traffic stop, not the totality of the stop.
I ain't never seen no cop say, email me, I ain't never seen that happen. So that's very suspect. But anyway,
somebody he knew
that suggests that she is some kind of way has some family either in the law enforcement or in the city government or something. All right, let's do some shout outs real quick. Let's shout out to Don Frank. Don Frank, glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to see you. The Seds, Mr. He said, Mr. She said, glad to have y'all in the building. Don Harden, where you been, girl? Don Harden said, good one, Rico. Don, we got to get some glasses. Jimmy HTV said, yes, she did. All right. I think we got everything. I think we got everybody. The said no one deserves to get deleted. Holy smokes. Apologies. Yeah, that's what Rico says. That's the Queenmaker said that she deserved to get deleted, man. But we're gonna take a look at it. I didn't see that because I only watched like 2.5 hours of a 5-hour live stream.
She implied all of this was her her deletion was the result of her behavior.
Well, we're gonna get to it, Rico. We're gonna get to it. Let's finish up with our video.
That's what I find problematic. But go ahead.
This person, not only was they speeding, this black woman that's in this car, she was speeding and she didn't have no insurance. He's telling her, hey, just make sure you get somebody to email you a copy of your insurance and follow the posted speed limit. This is just a warning. I'm not giving you a ticket. Right? This is how he's talking to her.
What year are you here at school? Sophomore. You here for summer school or taking a lot of classes? Just 2. Okay. Here's a copy of the warning. There's no fine, no penalty, okay? And there's your driver's license, all right? Okay, be careful, all right?
This cop wasn't on no type of BS. He wasn't on no negative BS.
She's assuming right here. Right? She's assuming. We don't know what he was on, right?
Nope.
She probably wasn't the person that he could get it off on if he was, right? But we can't assume anything. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't. All we know is, for whatever reason, he let her go with the warning, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's perfectly normal. It's nothing unusual about that.
Right?
It happens every day.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
He had a good conversation with her, asked her what she's here for, summer school, she's speeding, didn't have no insurance, gave her a warning, no penalty, no fine. Instantly, after he get in his car, here comes Sandra Bland. Right after that.
Okay. Now, this is the issue I had with Roland Martin. Roland Martin said that he was engaged in this stop, and then Sandra Bland came down this side of the street, and he just stopped. He left from that to that. That's not what happened. You see that the incident was over.
He finished,
the
right?
girl was leaving already. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're going to just follow the facts.
Okay. Well, take that up with Brother Roland. And I still don't see, I'll be honest with you, I didn't see anything in that. Now, that was her car, right?
Right.
Here she comes.
Wait a minute. Was that the person who got the warning?
No. Back up the video, because I'm assuming this is Sandra's car that he looked over his shoulder at. So I'm trying to see
that's not her.
That's not her car.
This is how he's talking to
she
her.
Said she came right by 2 seconds later, so I'm assuming. Okay,
she's gonna come right next. She's gonna come right after.
Okay.
No, this person
what year are you here at school?
That person stopped.
Sophomore. You here for summer school?
Nothing's not gonna stop you.
Taking a lot of classes?
Right.
Just 2. Okay. Here's a copy of the warning. There's no fine, no penalty, okay? And there's your driver's license, all right? Okay, be careful, all right?
This cop wasn't on no type of BS. He wasn't on no negative BS.
What you say?
We get ready to see Sandra car ride by.
Yeah. As soon as he gets in his car and he pulls off, she's gonna run this stop sign right here.
Oh, okay. I thought she went past him, but
he had a good conversation with her, asked her what she's here for, summer school, she's speeding, didn't have no insurance, gave her a warning, no penalty, no fine. Instantly, after he get in his car, here comes Sandra Bland. Right after that. Here she come. She finna run the stop sign, and watch this. There she go.
That's all right.
Bam. She run the stop sign, no signal. Now he turning around, doing exactly what he's supposed to do. Bam, that was a stop sign. She ran it. Because people ain't being righteous in their judgment. You take an opportunity just because this is a white cop, and y'all they capitalize off of the racial tensions that was already going on, painting a narrative that ain't real. And y'all think that somehow white folks don't have no issues to deal with in racism when this is how the media play these games.
Now, she said Sandra Bland, so she pulled over to let the cop go by. So she thought, she didn't even realize
she had did anything wrong.
Right. She didn't even realize.
Right.
That's what she said.
Yes.
She said, but we don't know that.
Right.
Going off
right.
of what she said.
But we have to go off of what she said, because that's the only fact we have. We don't know it to be true.
Well, no, the fact is she ran the light.
Right, right. We know she ran the light. Listen, we know she ran the light. That's a fact. And we know she said she didn't realize it. That's a fact that she said it. Not that she didn't realize it. That she's stipulating. We know she ran it. She said she didn't know she ran. So she offered that up as a reason to the officer. Correct?
I'm not sure, but I
we'll
believe you're right. But we'll see.
We'll hear it. Yeah.
Let's hear it. Let's listen to it.
Now, the only place that posted this entire video was the Texas Department of Transportation. Texas Department of Transportation is the only place that you can find this full video. Even the media don't show the full video. People who make commentary don't show the full video. The only place that you can find this full video is at the Texas Department of Transportation. So he wasn't on no BS at all. His energy was pleasant. Right after the girl drove off here.
That's an assumption. He's assuming that he ain't on no BS. His energy might have been all right, but that don't mean he wasn't on no BS. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's get to it.
Comes Sandra Bland. His mood did not change that quick. His mood did not change that quick. Now we get to watch how he interacts with Sandra.
Hello, ma'am. With the takes I told, the reason for your stop is you failed to signal your lane change. Yes, driver.
Hello, ma'am. The reason I stopped you, he told her why he stopped her, gave her respect. Hello, ma'am. Now, the only reason that this cop has to interact with her from Jump Street is because of her failure to obey traffic rules. Her behavior caused him to have to do his job in connection with her. She ran the stop sign, didn't use the signal, and failed to use the signal to change lanes. So he pulled her over, rightfully so. Then he gave her respect. Hello, ma'am. I pulled you over because can I get your license and insurance? Listen what she say.
License insurance with you? What's wrong?
Look, she already come to him with an attitude off the top. He asked her what's wrong. He asked her one time. That's the first time he asked her what's wrong. She got an attitude because she was in the wrong. What's wrong? One time at 2:50. He already addressed her with respect. he have a right to pull her over, and he has to interact with her because he's doing his job. Okay. Now at 2:50, he asked her what's wrong. He just asked her for, let's see how long it take her to get her license in it.
Okay. So now she asking him what's wrong. Right? I mean, he's asking her what's wrong. Okay. That's a question you don't have to answer. That's not related to the traffic stop. Right? Just say, I don't want to answer that question with you right now. Can you please just finish your business and give me my ticket, or let's finish this interaction? You don't have to answer every question they ask you, right? You could have just robbed the bank and they ask you, hey, they pull you over to say, hey, did you just rob the bank? They don't have to answer that question. Why? Because you got a right, your Fifth Amendment right. You got a right to answer no questions. Because it may not, but it may incriminate you. He asking you what's wrong. What's that got to do with the traffic stop you do? Give me my ticket so I can get up out of there, right? Who are you? Counselor? Right? You Dr. Nakumbe? You gonna counsel me? What you doing? Right? What do you mean what's wrong with me? Who cares? At the end of the day, it don't matter what's wrong with me. That's none of your business. That's information I don't have to give you. Right? So I think that's the first place where he went wrong. I stand corrected. I thought the first place he went wrong was trying to pull her out the car, but no, asking her what's wrong, that's like you're a counselor and you can counsel her and do anything about that. I think that was the first place he went wrong, right? And then being upset that she didn't want to connect or bond with him like through this experience, or, he was looking to connect with her in some type of way, and she wasn't going to let that happen. Okay. You still got a job to do, right? I got a similar job to do out here in Los Angeles, right? I mean, can't connect with everybody. Some of these people, man, they crazy, man. They're not going to let you get it off, even though you're trying to help them, right? They're not going to let you get it off. I don't go around asking people, hey, what's wrong? I get to their place and I got to check some equipment out they got over there, and I'm trying to save them some money, but they just have an attitude. Well, I'm not going to show it because they think I'm going to turn the power off, right? I say, okay, yo, Bill, you the one, your equipment, your situation, right? You want to just have it all crazy? Okay, it's up on you, man. You're going to have to replace it. But it's difficult when you're going in people's homes or you around their cars and stuff like that. It's difficult because, it's a fine line between what you could ask them to do and what you could not ask them to do. It's a fine line. So this man is still asking her what's wrong with her. I don't know why he was doing that. I'm assuming he was trying to make this a more pleasant experience by I'm going to create this rapport with her because I asked her what was wrong. And some people don't want to tell you what's wrong with them. They know what's wrong, but they don't want to tell you. What are we doing? All right, this is the cop. Let's get back to the Queen Maker.
Insurance.
How long you been in Texas? Okay.
Look, he got the same energy with her that he had with the other black girl. He got the same attitude with her that he had with the other black girl. What brings you to Texas? How long you been in Texas? She'd say she just got here. He got the same tone, same energy. Okay, same tone, same energy that he had with the other chick, with Sandra Bland. Let's go, because it's at 2:50. Like 249, he asked her, 248 somewhere, asked her for her license and insurance, then asked her what was wrong at 250. It's 3 minutes and 16 seconds now. Okay.
Do you have a driver's license?
Asking her at 3:29, do she got a driver's license? Because she's fumbling around looking for it, right? At 3:29, driver's license. She says she just got here. Okay.
No, ma'am.
He just called her ma'am again. He just called her ma'am again for the second time.
Okay.
All right, this don't look like the cop is up to no good at this point. At this point, looks like a routine traffic stop. Do you have your license? Do you have your insurance? These are the violations you just committed, and that's why I pulled you over. So far, looks like a routine traffic stop. Okay, let's move down the road, see what's happening here.
Okay. Where are you headed to now? Okay.
Okay. That's a question you don't have to answer, right? You don't have to answer that question. Where are you on your way to now? I don't have to tell you where I'm on my way to. We'll see, because those of us, we don't know our rights. We don't know our rights. Rico has made some sense here where we just don't know our rights, so we just do stuff. And you don't have to answer nothing that's outside of his authority. Where you going after you leave this traffic stop, that's outside of his authority. You don't have to answer that question. Where you was before you made this traffic stop, that's outside of his authority. All right? So he can ask you those stuff. You don't have to answer. You can say, sir, I don't believe I need to answer that question. Is it my right? I don't want to give up my rights. I have the right to not answer that question, correct? Well, I guess. But most of us don't know our rights, man. So we out here freestyling and we get caught up like this, right?
You give me a few minutes, all right?
All right. So 1 full minute later, now he's about to go back to his car and do whatever he got to do in his car, right? We all just sat up here and saw her run the stop sign. Listen, we all just sat up here and watched her run the stop sign, no signal, and she don't use no signal to change the lane. But in Sandra Bland mind, she ain't did nothing, even though after he told her why, he pulled her over.
All right, let's scoop it up a little bit.
She's still up here making 9,000 assumptions.
Because y'all got to keep in mind, her ideology, first of all, pro-black don't mean pro-black. It mean pro-black man. And in her mind, she was standing up for black men.
What?
That's correct. Right.
What?
See?
What?
See?
What?
Right. Okay. You can't be letting that shit slide, Clarence.
Wait. What? I'm trying to. What happened? Did I miss something?
Yeah. Pro-black don't mean pro-black. That means pro-black men. It don't mean pro-black children. Pro-black is not fighting for better education. Pro-black is not fighting for better health outcomes. Pro-black ain't fighting for that. They only fighting for pro-black peen. Only pro-black penis. That's it. That's all pro-black is talking about.
Rico, I'm trying to learn something from Princella, man. You keep interrupting me.
And this is the queen.
The queen, man.
This is the queen.
Maybe she gonna make me a queen.
Believes that.
She gonna make me a queen, man.
If the queen believes that, This is all this scholarship that we talk about, right?
What scholarship?
She said you have to be a scholarly person to talk to her. But I know that pro-black don't mean that shit. With scholarship or no scholarship. Now I didn't even go to college. I know that's not what pro-black means.
All right, so Princella says that when you be pro-black, you're a pro-black man, and all of a sudden now she's standing up for pro-black men.
Yep.
I don't know where that happened. I don't know where we missed that, y'all, where we did that twist and we missed that. Anyway, let's continue, right? Demetrius says it's a high mentality. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. We can try to straighten some of this stuff out, man.
So this male identified mentality that has poisoned the mind of pro-black women, thinking that they have to stand up and protect black men. Not only does she think that, she thinks she in a black man situation right now. Even though she was the one in the wrong, running the stop sign, and the man that then pulled her over literally just let another black woman go who was speeding with no insurance and let her go with a warning.
Like Rico said, that has nothing to do with this stop here. That has nothing to do. Don't y'all get misafraid by that. Who knows what his relationship to her was, right? Who knows? So that you can't use that and say, well, he didn't have anything against her. It doesn't appear that he does. So far, it doesn't appear that he has something against her personally. But that's not, just because he had a good experience with the other lady doesn't mean he's going to have a good experience with her, right? All right, let's get back to Princella. Princella says Sandra Bland was trying to protect black men.
So this ain't racial.
Highway 6 would be the first property past the water ranch on the left, past the railroad track, and the 8 up sign hanging up out front. The first property to the left past that, he advised it does not have a front fence line. That's going to be the property. He advised that he has already left location. That's the property where the elderly female lives. 11 clear, that's clear. I'll let you know after I go back.
Now watch this. Watch this.
Okay, man.
Okay. This is the point where everything is about to go bad. Right here. I want y'all to pay attention what's going on. They said not a lot to do with this, but they do mix us up the white man expectations of black men and thinking a white man has to take the disrespect you give to your black man. I don't know.
So let me say this. At this point, he stopped her.
Right.
He took her, she gave him her ID and her insurance. He went back to the car and he ran all his checks per standard protocol, where you check to see if the driver is wanted for anything in the country. If there's any warrants for him, you check the tags on the vehicles, you check that the insurance is active. So at this point, he's walking back to the car and this woman's clean.
And now he was going, so you're saying, Rico, let me see if I understand you. At this point, he's walking back to the car with the intention on ending the incident.
That's what it should be. It should be, here's your ticket, here's your warning, have a good day.
Okay.
Because at that point, when you went, so first of all, if you have a suspicion, even before you run them, like if you walk up to the vehicle, right, here's the deal. I've had a DUI. Before they even got to asking me my ID, that smelled of alcohol, step out of the car. You know what I'm saying? So the probable cause or the suspicion exists from the moment they pull you over. This officer had no probable suspicion of anything.
You don't know that, Rico. You're assuming.
Like this. If he had, it should have been more. The investigation should have been at the initial contact with the driver. Why would you go back to the car with a bunch of suspicion? Like, you know, them like, because if they got drugs, they trying to get rid of it. Because you're allowing them to do that.
I know. I'm gonna tell you what I would do if I was a cop. I'm not putting no woman out no car.
Right, but I'm sitting there saying, no, I'm just talking about the suspicion. If you go
no, but I'm saying, Rico, he may have had suspicion and he could have stalled her. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the car.
Yeah, but see that no, because then you're allowed. What you're doing in that instance is you're allowing them to get rid of what you're suspicious about. It is better if you have suspicion when you initially make contact with them. That's where you go.
It might be better, Rico. It might be better.
Okay, but let's see what happens. Let's see how he
y'all.
plays out his suspicion.
And
you tell me that's the correct way to play out your suspicions.
Okay, this is where, for whatever reason, everything's gonna go all bad right here. All right, y'all pay attention.
This the third time he addressed her as ma'am. He say, "Okay, ma'am."
Got anything to do?
Remember,
you see how she keep labeling this shit? What does calling her ma'am have anything to do with it? Because she's making this about a respect thing.
I think that's what her point was that she could have handled this thing differently and been on her way. She didn't, and this cascade of events happened based on the fact that if she would have just said, "You know what, sir? Here, I didn't see it. Here, can you just give me my ticket and I'll be on my way?" And she would have been on her way.
But you know what? That should have happened whether you are civil with the officer or not.
It should.
It doesn't matter because there's no obligation for you to be civil with the police. We in this country, we support civil disobedience.
Agreed.
That is enshrined in our Constitution that you have a right to say "fuck the police," and they can't get mad about it.
Well, they can get mad about it. They can't retaliate. They get mad about it, but they're not supposed to retaliate. They can feel a way about it, but again, they still are supposed to apply the law without fear or favor, no matter. They can't go, "Oh, well, they don't like the police, so I'm gonna be harder on them." And they like the police, so I'm gonna be. But we know they do that, Rico, right?
Right.
We know they do that.
But then again,
we know that they do that.
But then again, and that's what I'm saying. Then now, when they do that, they're stepping outside of what they're supposed to do, because when we enshrine them with this authority, we tell them we are a country of civil disobedience. That's what we are. America is a country. America was founded on civil disobedience.
Well, Rico, I said the same thing when you left. The cop asked her, "How are you doing today? And where are you going?" And a bunch of questions like that. And I said, she don't have to answer none of those questions.
No,
she don't have nothing to do with nothing. So she can politely say, "No, I don't feel like answering those questions."
None of your business.
Yeah,
and
I'm going after. Because he asked her. Listen, Rico. He asked her, "Where are you going after this? Like, where are you on your way to?" That's
none of your business.
To answer that question, right?
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. But most of us don't realize it because our hearts are pumping so much. I'm going to Rico's house. We're gonna smoke some weed, and then after that, we're gonna get with these prostitutes, right? So you know what I'm saying? They tell the whole story, but they don't have to, right? But you ain't under no obligation to incriminate yourself at any point, right?
You're not under any obligation to answer any of his questions, other than him
asking questions that are outside of his authority, right?
Right. Which the only thing he can
when you going after the traffic stop, that's outside of his authority. You don't have to answer that question, right?
But the only thing you are required to identify yourself, and which you do with your driver's license, and then you have to show proof that you are authorized to operate a vehicle, a driver's permit, and you have insurance. Other than that, I ain't got to answer nothing.
Right. Okay. So that's that situation. Now, there's other situations where a cop may ask you some questions, and you just if you feel it's outside of his authority to get that information from you, then it's outside. Like, "Hey, what's your sister? I know your sister. She's hot. Give me your number." You don't have to answer that question. You don't have to give him none of that. So anyway, let's move on, man, because this is where things go all off the rails. This is where it goes off the rails.
At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, he asked her what's wrong. He addressed her as ma'am. This is the third time he didn't address her as ma'am. Respect. When respect is given to you, you give respect back. You're in the wrong. He pulled you over to do his job and he'd called you ma'am 3 times. Tried to have a decent conversation with you. Came back up here, said, okay, ma'am.
You okay?
He asked her, are you okay? At 8 minutes, he don't know what her problem is.
That's outside of his authority. She don't have to answer him, are you okay?
Exactly.
Whether I'm okay or not is none of your business.
Exactly. I got fired. So what the fuck? You gonna give me a job?
Right.
It's ridiculous.
No.
You know, my husband fucked around on me. So what?
Yeah, that's outside of
My
his
mama
authority.
died. Maybe her mama died.
So first, when we initially started the live stream, I said that his first mistake was pulling out the car. His first mistake was asking her how she's doing. That's none
All
of his
these
business.
intrusive
Out
questions.
of her authority. I mean, out of his authority, right? Because he can't do nothing about how she feeling. Like,
And he said maybe her mama died. I'm driving home from a fucking funeral. I'm not in a good fucking mood.
Yeah, what officer, how you doing? Right?
Right.
You're gonna tell me about your wife playing around on you?
Right.
No. All right.
Okay.
Shout out to Sugar Bum, by the way.
Yes.
All right, let's see. All right,
hey, Great Bill,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to dip out of here in about 20 minutes. We're gonna drop the link because you're gonna come up here and stay on Clarence's ass in my absence. Don't let him get away with it, Great Bill.
Come on up here.
Right.
You know they said
drop the link. I want you to stay in his ass.
Allegedly challenged us to a debate that they never. I don't have no emails or nothing. That they say they keep emailing me and I don't respond to it.
Who's that?
I'm like, okay, I ain't got no emails, but okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that, Great Bill. All right, let's go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, show me what you.
He don't know what her problem is because he ain't on that type of time. At 8 minutes and 46 seconds, what's wrong? Again, are you okay? Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
This man is giving this woman.
No, I'm not. What's that got to do with anything?
Respect. He is addressing her in a nice demeanor, and she coming at him with some real fucked up energy, and she in the wrong. She in the wrong.
Some fucked up energy.
Okay, so she's coming at him with effed up energy, right?
And maybe again, we don't know what she was going through at that time. Like I said, it could have been a million things that might have put her in a bad place. But you're under no obligation. The police do not look to interact with us or to leave us fucking happy. That's it. They can send you on your way pissed off. Who cares?
But let me explain.
Most people leave from the police in a fucked up state of affair. Period. They usually do. The police just like, hey, calm down, don't commit no more crime. But most of them walk away, man, fuck the police. I've rarely ever seen, I mean, it's been some, but the majority of the interaction, especially if you've done something wrong, you ain't happy to see the fucking police.
Hold on, wait a minute. Sugar Bum. She just did this video a couple days ago. We ain't dragging up nothing old from. She just did this video a couple days ago, where she was making all these claims about Sandra Bland. So we just addressing it. Some of them me and Rico agree on, some of them we don't. But
this was from 5 days ago.
That we dug up. She just published this a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
All right. And it's a response to somebody saying she wasn't being consistent with her message when she did the initial
what
video.
She said was she doubled down. She doubled down on what she said that was old. That's what she said. Did she not? She opened up the video, said,
I'm doubling down on what I said earlier, right? Okay, this is where it's getting out of hand, right? But why is it getting out of hand, Clarence? Well, obviously, from Priscilla's perspective is, hey, if you're not feeling good and you're not feeling happy about the cop giving you the ticket, then you are, that's a bad thing on your part. some
You
people
need
ain't
to
like
put
that.
on a fake smile. Yes, officer.
No. You do not have to do any of that. I mean, that's what me and Rico agreed on that. Just her energy has nothing to do with him doing his job. If her energy is not presenting a danger to his safety, then he has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with him.
Now,
he should understand as a cop, as Rico said earlier, he should understand as a cop, most people that leave the interaction like this are not going to be like, thanks, officer. I appreciate you. Hope your family's doing well, and drive off.
Nope. I think her energy, that her being irritated and pissed off, and let's face it, I'll admit, like you said, she basically had a fuck you attitude. It made, I think he responded back, oh, well, if that's how you know what they'll say? Oh, if that's how you go, that's the way you feel about it, then now we're going to ask, because he can.
Well, we already
that's
said
what
that,
I believe. But I don't know.
Said that.
Huh?
I was telling Sugar Bum, she said, take the ticket and go to court and dispute it. We already said that. Right. And if he did something to her that was illegal, just comply. You taping everything. Just comply and then go get a lawyer, right?
But I don't think she wasn't recording.
LAPD could blink at you wrong, and these lawyers out here, they'll be ready to jump all over it, right?
But the LAPD walking around busting motherfuckers in the head all day, every day, and getting clean the fuck away with it.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, man, the old school dudes, they know how to do it. They don't do it on the street like the youngins do. The old school dudes take you behind the liquor store, behind the weed house or something, and they rack you, they light you up, and then they leave you there, right?
I agree. She should have complied simply because these motherfuckers is out here deleting.
Yeah, well, it's
so that's my position on why I always comply is because I know they get away with it.
Well, while we got Rico here, let's see where the thing went wrong. So far, he's asking her what's wrong. That's none of his business, right? Yep. That's the first mistake he made. Okay, let's get back to it.
I'm waiting on you. This is your job.
I'm waiting on you. This your job. Now, for some reason, Black women in my comment section, some of them, they think that it's okay to talk to people any kind of way. You think it's okay as a Black woman to talk to people any kind of goddamn way. And you don't want nobody to tell you you got a nasty attitude. You think everybody else supposed to be respectful while you get to be nasty to people. And then
you do.
Do you agree with that, Rico? Do you agree with that statement?
What do you mean? I don't agree with that. I think that's asinine and stupid. I think Black women got an attitude just like white women got an attitude. I think all women got a fucking attitude.
We're not talking about white women.
No, I'm saying I think all women have an attitude, and I know, knowing the law, that it is not illegal to have an attitude, no matter how unpleasant it may be. Agreed. So when you run into somebody with an attitude, you just separate away from them. He could have just wrote her a fucking ticket and say, take the ticket with your fucking attitude and be gone.
Agreed.
Her having an attitude, you are not required to be civil or respectful or nice to the police. You just need to follow their orders. But you don't have to be, you can't have as stank of a fucking attitude as you want. And most police officers expect the citizens, when they interact, will not be too happy, especially if most of them know when they giving tickets, they getting cussed out. But they just don't let it bother them. They just like, hey, whatever, fuck it, take the ticket and be done. I'm trying to make my fucking quota.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We know they got quotas. It's almost the end of the month. I need to get 10 more motherfuckers. Right. So now they start stopping people for everything. And they know they're going to get cussed out, but they get cussed out and it never escalates because they know that it's going to happen.
Well, this is what we're trying to find out.
What we do is we just pass and try to get out of the ticket. But
can we agree? Can we agree that before this, everything was pretty normal, right?
Yeah, and I didn't hear anything she said.
So now he's here, and this is where his stuff started popping off. This is where
Right.
stuff
So,
starts
but
popping
my
up.
thing is, what did she say other than "I'm waiting on you"? This is your job.
We're gonna find out, Rico. We're gonna find out.
So
right
up to
now, we
this
don't
point,
know. Right
but
now,
up until this point, she hasn't said anything. Would you deem is that disrespectful?
Is what?
I'm waiting on you. It's your job.
It could be taken that way, but
exactly. But not necessarily.
Here's the major issue. Cops sometimes they feel like they should be in a superior position at all times.
But they're not.
And so this is what they call this is a low-key control move by asking you what's wrong. That's a low-key control move by what I'm trying to do is get you to submit to to at least play like you okay with me giving you this ticket. That's what it is. It's a low-key control move because I'm trying to get you to at least be like you said, we're going to put on that happy face. Thank you for the ticket, officer. I appreciate it. Thank you. Right? But she ain't doing that. She won't do that. No. Hey, Tristan, I got to fight with Rico all the time. I can't let him bully because he'll fight with me all the time, right? All right. Hey, Great Pill, don't even worry about it, man. I do what I want to do, man. I'm just like you over there at the Great Pill Podcast. I'm gonna do exactly what I want to do, but I don't care what anybody tells me in the chat, right? So don't you all good, man. You all good. But anyway, here's where the situation got out of hand. Here's where it got out of hand, right? So we're trying to figure out what happened. So far, the only thing that happened was she said, are you okay? She's like, I'm waiting on you. I gotta go. I got places, I got something to do. I got place to be, right? Priscilla said, oh no, man, you can't do that. You can't? Is it illegal to not be happy that you get a ticket? No, that's not illegal. Did she say something illegal? I'm gonna kill you, officer. She didn't say anything that would threaten his life or threaten his ability to do his job. I don't see her stopping him from doing his job. So far, I don't see anything happening like that. Now, I think the cop was just moving around doing his job up until this point. Watch what happens at this point.
And think nobody's supposed to respond to your ass. Y'all picked the wrong situation to try to call me a grifter because, baby, I stand on what I'm saying 1,000%. Y'all got fucked up attitudes. And you think people supposed to bend to you while everybody else supposed to have restraint. But you don't have to have none, right? So he didn't respected her this entire interaction. And he was going to give her a warning the same way he just gave that other girl a warning.
Assumption. It's likely that he could have done that, but we don't know that. You're assuming that he was going to give her a warning. It looks like he probably might have or could have if she had a better attitude, but we don't know that for sure, right? All right, let's get back to it.
This your job.
I
know you seem very irritated.
He ain't on that type of time. He say, you seem very irritated.
Okay. Once again, that's none of his business. Whether she's irritated or not, if she's not breaking the law by stopping him from doing his job, or what do they call that, Rico, when you stopping an officer from doing their job?
Oh, that's impeding an officer.
Impeding an officer, but there's something else where they call it too, where you're stopping them from being able to complete their job.
Yeah, you're impeding an officer from performing their duties. That's the only thing. You can't be within so many feet of the officer, but you can film, you can yell at them, you can call them dirty pigs. You can do all that.
That's what so far she hasn't broken any laws, right?
Right.
Other than the traffic laws, which are called infractions.
Yeah.
Which you really not technically, you shouldn't be taken to jail for that, right?
No, you shouldn't be.
Okay,
Those are infractions. You're right.
that you're right, Quantum. We're trying to find out because this is the point. This is the line of demarcation here where things went bad. So now he's like, you seem upset. What the F difference does it make that I'm upset? Give me my ticket so I can go, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not breaking any laws being upset. Of course I'm upset.
No, that's not obstruction. Well,
I wasn't
not technically obstruction of justice, but
obstruction of that's what I was looking for, Marcus.
But that doesn't apply to. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. She wasn't doing anything to stop him from doing his job.
No,
right?
she wasn't.
She's just reflecting her attitude, her emotional state based upon, because most people are not prepared to get a ticket, right? You don't know, okay, at 2:58, I'm gonna get it pulled over by the police. Usually a ticket is coming out of nowhere, right? Even if you do something, run the stop sign or something, you don't expect to get the officer to pull you over, right? That the officer pulling you over, it's like, damn, I got pulled over. Damn, right? And so of course you're gonna be, I was on my way to churches. What now, you know, I'm gonna be late, right?
You always irritated and you always expect
Of course.
Always.
Play the same. I'm trying, Gay Pill. Arshawn got on me about that recently. I gotta get okay. Let me get to it because let's see what actually happened. So far, she just got a bad attitude, right? Or not a bad. I don't even say it's a bad attitude.
No,
it's not a common reaction to getting pulled over in the middle of the day. All right,
exactly.
He has not done anything to this girl. 8 minutes and 52 seconds. See, unlike other people, I get the whole damn footage and I make my assessment based on what's actually happening, not how I feel. You picked the wrong damn clip to call me a grifter on, because I stand on this. And right now, the cop ain't did nothing to her. The cop ain't did nothing wrong. She the one that's in the wrong.
Wait a minute.
Wrong from the time she ran the day.
Wait a minute. What has she done wrong? Rika, what has she done wrong?
Nothing. She up to this point, she has complied with everything the officer asked for. She just is a little salty. So what? She gave her his ID, her driver's license, her insurance. She stopped. She turned the vehicle off. She's done everything she's supposed to do. And she does not have to be nice to this motherfucker.
And see, that's what a lot of men do. They want to create a bond with you, right? This dude wants to bond with these people, right? Hey, where you going? Where you been? Hey, how long you been gonna be in Texas? But this lady don't want to bond with him. She don't have to. And she knows that she legally don't have to.
Go about her fucking way. That's what she wants.
That's what her thing is, right?
Give me my ticket so I can go.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? But so he got upset. In my opinion, this is what it looks like to me. He got upset because she wouldn't participate in the bonding that he wanted to set up. And then on top of that, she wouldn't participate in the power game that he was playing by, okay, if I'm asking you what's wrong, you say nothing. Right. You see that, of course, you're upset that you got pulled over. It's like in slavery. It's like in slavery, right? In slavery. You see this is wrong. But, hey, nigga, how you doing? Boy, massa, I sure is good. I sure is happy, massa. Right? Because it's a low-key power move. It's a low-key mental power move, right? Okay, so that's all I'm seeing. But is anybody breaking any laws right now? I'm not seeing that. Do you see that, Rico?
No. So at this point, he just needs to get a woman a ticket and send her on her way.
This
should be the complete end of the interaction.
That's what it looks like happened now. Let's see what happened. Let's see where it went wrong.
Damn stop time to the time she opened her mouth with a nasty attitude, with a lack of respect. You treat people how you want to be treated.
He don't owe that man no fucking respect.
Is it illegal to
There's no obligation to give a police the respect. We cuss out the police every day. And the U.S. court sit there and tell you, yes, you can scream, fuck the police, they're pigs. We do it all the time.
Well, Rico, is there any, in the penal code in California, there's nothing in the penal code that says you have to be respectful to the police.
No.
There's nothing in there. but I don't know about DC. Is there anything?
No.
DC?
Right. And even though those motherfuckers got guns and they can lock you up, that's not a charge that they can charge you with. I've yet to see a police officer say Clarence was disrespectful.
That is the point. So now, even though we usually give them respect because we recognize that they have those weapons and all of this stuff.
The authority to lock your ass up. You don't want to go to jail. That's it.
Okay, but do we have to? No, we don't have to. That's not illegal to be upset that you got dealt with by the police, right?
And I'm not even saying that the overwhelming majority is. Most citizens do respect police because what they do is they appreciate the protection that the police force gives the community. That's most people. But there are large segments of the police, white and black, that don't give two fucking shits about the fucking police. They just don't.
Great Pill. Great Pill. You missed it. You missed it. Hold on. You missed it, Great Pill. We weren't comparing a traffic violation to slavery. We're comparing the psychological oppression. It's the same. It's the same principle where this man wants her to acknowledge or to be in a happy state when she's in a bad situation, but he wants her to show him to his face that she is happy about it. Where just like slavery, where you in a bad situation, but you about to show the master that you happy to be a slave.
So it's basically, they want you to show pleasure with their injustice.
There you go. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point, Great Pill.
That's all. You're pleased with an injustice. And most people is like, in 2023, it's like, fuck this shit. No.
Okay, let's finish, Rico. Let's get to the point where it got ugly.
And that dude had the authority to pull over.
I really am, but I feel like it's crap for what I'm getting a ticket for.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to how she described what happened. She say, I am irritated because I don't know what you stopped me for. Listen. She don't know. Listen, she don't know she ran the stop sign. She don't know she didn't put her signal on. She don't know that she was illegally changing lanes. She was doing all this, and let her tell it she ain't did shit. Let her tell it she ain't did shit. So she got an attitude with the cop because she think he pulled her over for nothing. 8:56. You can't tell me that she didn't create this. Listen to her.
Real quick. If y'all think she created this, put a 1 in the chat. You think Sandra Bland brought this on herself?
So every time you've ever been stopped, every time anyone's ever been stopped, they create.
So far. Now she's
because so far it's just a traffic stop. So far she's only describing a traffic stop. And
okay. All right, let's play it.
Okay, man. You okay?
I'm waiting on you. This is your job. I'm waiting on you. What do you want me to
Oh,
do?
you seem very irritated.
I am. I really am. Because I feel like it's crap for what I'm getting a ticket for. I was getting out of your way. You were speeding up, tailing me. So I move over and you stopped me.
You hear how she retold that? She said he was tailgating her and that she moved out to get out of his way and then he pulled over and stopped her. Baby, that is not what happened. You see how people would tell themselves a new story and have their behavior reacting off of a story they told themselves? She just told him that I am irritated because I don't know why you stopped me. I was trying to get out your way. You turn around and start tailgating me, and then I pull over and you stop me. This is what she told herself. That ain't what the hell that didn't happen. That is not what happened. What happened was you ran the stop sign, you didn't put your signal on, and you did an illegal lane change, and he saw you and he pulled you over. That's what happened. But she told herself something different. So based on the story in her mind, all of her behavioral patterns is based on victimhood, that she got pulled over for nothing, and that she is in an opportunity to start talking to this cop like she's a black male in danger. This was going through her head.
Give me another paper.
You don't just tell me to give you another paper. You asked me for a piece of paper. Say, mama. Say, mama.
Mama,
Can I please have a piece of paper?
can I please piece of paper?
Yes, ma'am. How many pieces do you want?
One, please.
You want one, please? Okay, I'll give you one. And since you asked so nicely, I'll give you two, okay?
Uh-huh. Two.
Yes, ma'am. What you say?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So so perception is reality. Perception is reality. Her perception was already tore up because of the stuff that she was listening to and thinking on a day-to-day basis.
So yeah, I am a little irritated, but that doesn't stop you from giving me a ticket. So.
Yeah, I am a little irritated, but that don't stop you from giving me no ticket. This how she talking to the cop. Now, what she didn't realize is that the cop was going to give her a warning. He had no intention on going there with you.
She didn't realize
he was just doing his job.
What's that, Rico?
She didn't realize it because she didn't know he was going to give her a warning.
Even if she knew he was going to give her a warning,
right.
She hadn't broke no laws.
And then second of all, I pulled over several times where, you see the blue lights come out the blue. You don't know if they're for you or someone else. So you naturally pull over. And then once you see that motherfucker pulling over behind you, then you realize, oh shit, it's me. But when they first come up on you, you don't know if they're trying to get by you. So you pull over to let them go. And then when you see they pull over to the right with you, you're like, oh shit. Then you pull over one more time. You're like, oh shit. Now when you hit the shoulder, oh shit, it is me. That's how a traffic stop goes.
But see, Tristan is
when
right.
When they first roll up behind you and hit the lights, you don't know. Unless you're the only car on the road, you don't know if it's just you or if it's someone
you really don't until they pull you over.
Right, exactly.
Tristan is right. So, nothing was never said. I never heard the cop say, I can't, I was just going to give you a warning, but now I'm doing this. I haven't heard that yet. Maybe you did say that, but I haven't heard that yet. Okay.
That's why I'm trying to figure out how she's getting to these conclusions based on the me. I'm like, and I always say, because Lord knows I got a lead foot. I done paid for a lot of speeding tickets.
Rico, we got to get to the part where he's pulling out of the car. Let's get there.
So,
are you done?
You asked me what was wrong, and I told you.
Nasty attitude. He don't flinch as she going off on him with this nasty attitude, and he say, "Okay, you done?"
Going off? She ain't going off.
Okay, you done?
I'm trying to see what we
now
should be
watch.
making this shit up at.
Now, let me tell you something. I don't like cigarette smoke. Cigarette smoke is an irritant to me. Okay, and I can't hardly breathe with cigarette smoke around. The cop is forced to interact with her because he's doing his job. So let me show you the respect that he gave her again.
So now I'm done, yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm done. This your job. Go ahead and give me the ticket. Now, are you done? Yeah, I'm done now. Okay.
You mind putting out your cigarette, please? Don't mind.
Do you mind? you don't mind putting out your cigarette, please, if you don't mind? Listen to me. Black women, since y'all got an issue with me calling out your foul behavior, you think this is cool to talk to people like this?
Yeah.
Especially when you in the wrong?
Yeah.
Like somebody that did something to you? You think this is okay? You think you should be able to talk to people any kind of way and then nobody says anything to you?
He can say what he wants.
Okay. Did she say anything that was...
And let me be clear. The fact that I don't like women with strong perfume. Should I tell you to go wash it off your ass?
No, Rico. I think the point here was the reason why he asked her to get out of the car, because he can't force her to put the cigarette out while she's in the car. The point getting her out the car was that now she's outside the car. She had to put the cigarette down. She had to leave all her property in the car.
No,
so I think that's where she's going with it.
Because here's the deal. That woman could have got out of that car with that cigarette still lit in her hand and continued to smoke that cigarette outside her car.
I
and still would not have been breaking the law. Because if she
don't know about that one.
No, you're not. They cannot compel you. She wasn't smoking weed. She was smoking a cigarette. You cannot
That's
make
even
me
worse.
Which I agree, but here's the thing. That is my property. As an officer of the law, just like you telling me that next you tell me to pour out my soda pop.
But they're not going to, no, Rico, what I'm saying is you can still leave the cigarette lit, but you have to leave it in the car. They're not going to let you get out of the car with all your bags and everything.
They're not going to let you get out of the car. What I'm literally telling you is legally, you do not have to leave your possessions in you. Just like if can you stop drinking that soda? No, I want to drink my soda. Get out of the car. I'm going to get out with my soda and continue. I still have the freedom unless I am being that what they have to do is they have to detain you or arrest
that's where it was going.
Then tell me I'm detaining. Then tell me I want you. And what they do, even when they detain you and don't arrest you, they take you out the car and handcuff you.
Well,
other than that, you just stand by the car and do whatever you want. Like people still be on their phone. Well, I'm gonna be on the phone. I'm gonna call my mama and them. Mama, the police fucking with me. Blah 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 blah. Now, if they detain you, they can take you off. So again, he's not detaining her.
That's my point.
I understand she pushing the limit, but I'm saying she didn't have to put out her cigarette because it made him fucking uncomfortable.
I don't know, Rico. And I think if they're detaining her, she'd have to put that out. But
if they're detaining her,
let's see how I got there, Rico. Let's see how I got there.
Okay. If they're detaining you, they have to tell you they're detaining you the same as they have to tell you they're arresting you.
Agreed. Okay, so let's take a look and see what's happening.
Please tell me this how you think. Please tell me that you think it's acceptable to behave this way. Because can't nobody tell you got a nasty attitude without you getting the attitude. Well, we got so much systematic oppression. We this, we that. We have a right to have an attitude. Do you have a right to have an attitude when somebody being respectful to you? Tell me. I just want to know.
Yes.
Because it's 9 minutes and 20 seconds into this video, and this cop ain't been disrespectful at all. And he is in authority. And guess what?
What you say, Rico?
I want the says to tell me what rule that says you have to put out your cigarette. Because I'm not making the rules or moving the goalposts. I want y'all just to show me where in the law.
Don't listen to Rico.
Hey, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
No.
I'm not.
Me and Rico have already agreed from the beginning.
What I'm not doing is I'm not arguing anything she did was right. I'm saying nothing she did was illegal or unlawful or what the limit of his authority was. And yes, Texas is all fucked up for all kinds of shit in Texas. Don't even get me started on that fucked up state.
Man,
and most of these laws are state driven. But
just being a home with Charleston White. Just being a home with Charleston White. Man, what's going on in Texas, man? Y'all letting Charleston White talk to kids down there? Holy. smokes, man. Holy smokes, man. All right. Vaughn said, my question is, why not be as compliant as possible? Well, I think, Vaughn, she was just having that, one of them days, man. Sometimes people just have one of them days, man, when I'm not taking it no more. I don't want to hear it.
I mean, I'm with you.
Maybe
I would challenge
she got denied entrance into the school. Yeah. Maybe she got denied entrance into the school. Who knows? Maybe she flunked out. Who knows?
There's going to come a time and point in your life where you're not going to feel so fucking compliant, and you may have to interact with an officer of the law. They have the bigger responsibility to behave at a higher level. That's what this is about.
That's a good point.
They do. But go ahead. We know what they will do. That's why this woman was in jail over some bullshit like this. This bullshit like this would have never happened where I live, not to lock you up over no bullshit like this.
Wait, Rico. She kicked him. So
yeah, but I don't even think. The reason I say this, where I live, it would have never got to them asking you to get out the car.
It shouldn't have. But she did do that. She played herself on that one. All right, let's continue.
Yeah.
Your behavior will escalate things to make a cop have to hold you. Because the cop ain't did nothing to her at all. She want to smoke though. Because she think this is an opportunity to show the world that she pro-black. This is an opportunity for her to show the world that she on some pro-black man rhetoric. And that she's going to stand up and fight the cops.
She was trying to fight the cops.
I'm in my car, but I have to put out my cigarette.
Well, you can step on out now.
Look. She being so nasty to him.
Here we go.
Right.
Okay.
So was that an ego thing?
This is the issue.
Right. Was that an ego thing?
Did he have a right to ask her to step out of the car? That is
I really don't know. Maybe.
Well, no. He has the right to ask her. Does she have to comply? That's the issue. Does she have to comply?
Right. I don't know.
That's the issue.
Law. But what we know is this.
Does she have to?
Now, in
California, I'm telling you about California. In California, you do not have to get out of the car on a traffic stop. You do not. Right? They can ask you.
Here's the question, Clarence. Would he have asked her to step out the car if she had put the cigarette out?
Probably not. I don't think so.
See what I'm saying? So it wasn't the fact of the cigarette, it's the fact that she refused to put it out.
Right.
So once she said, I'm in my car, I don't have to put my right then and there, smack.
No. Welcome to Texas, right?
Yes. So, and that's my whole point. Is like he instantly became an asshole. So the fact of what he did with that first woman means nothing here. This woman was like, I don't have to put my cigarette. Should she have? I would have put my fucking cigarette out. I'm telling you, I would have did it because I know they'd have shot my black ass, and I don't want that to happen. But I shouldn't.
She should have been home by now. Should have been home.
She shouldn't have to. And the minute she said, "I'm in my car," why do I have to? All right, now you can step out the car. What the fuck?
Now, why is he? Now, so the question is, why is he asking her to step out of the car? What did she do besides not have a good attitude with him or be compliant with him about the cigarette? What did she do that put him in a position where now he wants to take her out of the car? Mm-hmm. What's going on? Now that's his second mistake.
And Apex, there is no investigation without probable cause. What's his probable cause? He needs a reasonable suspicion of probable cause. Without reasonable suspicion of probable cause, you cannot have an investigation. So he ain't investigating shit. He already ran all her shit. He came back clean.
Everything you're gonna find in that unlawful search is gonna get thrown out.
It get thrown out.
It ain't gonna be able to be used, right?
He already ran her. She came back clean. But go ahead. We heard it.
Echo said she might have been smoking tweeds. I don't know.
But then the probable cause would have been the smell of marijuana. He never said any of that. Now, if he had that, I agree. Now you need to get out the car anyway. Because if I smell weed, I'm not asking you to put it out. I'm telling you to get out the car. So we know he didn't smell weed.
We don't know that, Rico.
He said, can you put out your, he said, you mind putting out your cigarette? Not do you mind putting out your joint?
But that don't mean he didn't smell no weed in the car, Rico.
No, a traffic stop is not an investigation, Apex. It is absolutely not an investigation. Not a traffic stop.
No, I don't know about other states, but in California, they can't just pull you out over a traffic stop. Now, if they see something funny going on, right, and they start getting nervous, like you may have weapons or something in the car, you trying to acting all goofy, then they say, okay, wait a minute. Or they hear banging in the trunk or something. They might say, okay, wait a minute, hold on. And then you step out the car, right? And they might detain you for a little while. And once they detaining you, like Rico said, I agree. They have to tell you, hey, I'm detaining you.
They have to tell
detaining you right now. I'm investigating something. I'm looking into something. As soon as I'm done, I'm gonna let you go if everything's cool, right? That's usually how they do that, right? Okay, so at this point, he's out to get out of the car. Unlawfully.
Because she wouldn't put her cigarette out. Because she wouldn't put her cigarette out.
Because she wouldn't put, that's what it
that was in direct response to her saying, he said, would you put your cigarette, you mind putting your cigarette out? I'm in my car. Why do I have to put my cigarette out? Now you have to step out the car. So that was in direct response to her saying, I'm not putting out my cigarette, that now he wants to remove her.
The reason why he did that was because this is my thinking. Now, Rico says even if she get out the car, she could smoke outside the car. I don't agree with that. I think that the reason why he asked her to get out of the car is because she was going to have to leave her property in the car. That's my assumption why he asked her to get out of the car.
So what is her being outside the car and being in the car? What's the difference?
The difference is when she steps outside the car, she don't have a cigarette with her.
Right.
And he can do business with her without her smelling that cigarette smoke. Right. He can be right upon her and do the business that he got to do with her right there, signing whatever she got to sign, and him telling her whatever he got to tell her, then having a cigarette smoke, because that cigarette smoke might bother him, right? So he probably said, okay, if I get her out the car, I won't have to deal with her cigarette. But I believe that it was the culmination of him not liking her attitude, and then finally said, I'm not going to comply with this cigarette addiction. He just said, okay, I'm gonna just have you step out the car, because immediately all he had to do was get a signature, you out of here, right?
I don't even know if he had to give a signature. He probably just needed. I don't know if a signature is required in Texas, or they can just give you the ticket, maybe. But if he just needed to get her signature, you just hand her the goddamn ticket. She signed it among the smoke, and then give you the ticket.
You got to put something on there, Rico. You got to put an X or something. You got to put something.
No, because in some states that I know, like in where I'm at, you don't sign it; they just give it to you.
Oh, okay. Well, I know in California.
But even if that's the case, you stand it through the window, they sign it in the smoke, and they get the shit back.
That's what should have happened, right?
Right. But he was being an asshole.
I think at this point, he joined the asshole club. I think at this point he joined.
Right. Okay, you might be right, Demetrius. I don't know. But she still could have signed. He could have stuck his hand in there. So my question is, if he goes into a bar to investigate and they're smoking in the bar, he don't get to make people put the shit out.
No, but he can ask them to step outside.
No. But I'm saying, if he gets a call about somebody fighting in a bar, and it's you fighting, Clarence, but I'm not fighting, I'm still in the bar smoking. He can't tell me to do nothing because I'm not who you here for. Get that nigga Clarence. So you got to walk through that smoke, get his ass out the bar, and drag his ass out. So that's why that's some bullshit.
That was pretty weak analogy, Rico. That was pretty weak.
Excuse me. So you're trying to tell me this cop is saying that he can't do his job if he has to be around smoke.
I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying that might have been an issue.
Okay, Clarence, that's a weak analogy. He driving past a house that's on fire. He don't run in there and try to save nobody?
Yeah, maybe he said, hey, y'all got to put the fire out first before I go in there and get the
that's what I'm sitting there saying. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, right?
Rico, let's get to it. Because now we're at the point of demarcation where he says, step out of the car. I don't see no legitimate reason why she had to step out the car, but he asked her to step out of the car, right? Which is his right to do. He can ask her to do whatever, right? Can I go through your trunk? Can I do this? All you have to do is say no, right?
Yep.
But he can ask, and she has a right to decline, right?
Yep.
Which she did. She declined. So now she's going to decline getting out of the car. He's going to ask her like 11 times to get out of the car.
This my car. I don't have to put my cigarette out in my car. All right, you can go ahead and step out now. She not making his job easy at all. He had a right to ask her to put out the cigarette smoke because clearly it's possible that he can't tolerate cigarette smoke. I can't either.
Well, she had a right to decline.
Yes.
She had a right to decline.
You. She crazy.
He's forced to deal with you. He wouldn't be in your face if you would have stopped at the damn stop sign and used your damn signal. He wouldn't even be having to talk to you. So now he asked her to get out the car. Listen, now he asked her to get out the car because you don't own the outside. So that way you could put the cigarette out. But you're being confrontational for no reason. Baby, Sandra Bland could have got her warning and been gone.
I think we all agree to that.
Just like the other girl.
That was never.
Why didn't they show that he pulled another black girl over who was speeding with no damn insurance and he gave her a warning? Why didn't nobody show that?
Irrelevant.
That has nothing to do with this situation.
Irrelevancy. That's it.
Oh, because I'm black, I'm a black woman, I'm supposed to automatically be against the cops. I'm supposed to automatically be on Sandra Bland's side, huh? Is that how y'all make decisions? Is that how you judge shit? Based on your damn emotions? So because he's a white cop, I'm supposed to automatically say he in the wrong. Y'all messed up in the mind.
He could have been a nigga. He would have been in the wrong.
The
color of the cop has nothing to fucking do with it. It's an abuse of authority.
At that point, it's an abuse of authority. He had no reason to ask her to step out of the car.
You don't get.
Other than the fact that he didn't like the fact that she was smoking a cigarette.
And no, he didn't like the fact that she refused to fucking put it out.
He
wouldn't care if she smoked 50 packs a day and died of cancer and fell out the damn car dead. He don't give a fuck. I told you to do something, do it. And she said no, because I don't have to. It's my car, it's my cigarette. And you cannot compel someone not to smoke outside in public.
Hold on, Rico, hold on. Hey, any of you guys out there in the chat, you want to come up here? I put the link out there. I'll put it out there again. If you want to come up here and talk to us about something, please, by all means, come on up here. Come up here and talk to the advisors. Talk to the advisors.
Say that. I wish she had to comply because she would still be here. She wouldn't have went to jail. I would have complied, even though I still think he's a fucking asshole. I listen to asshole cops because I know they're fucking assholes, and especially in this redneck state of fucking Texas, they will shoot my black ass and get away with it. But I shouldn't have to.
Shouldn't have to.
So I would have done everything different than what Sandra did, because they would have killed my black ass and covered it up and got away with it. That's what I would have done. But legally, I would want to be able to tell him, fuck you, because the law says I don't have to do that.
Right.
That's
okay.
The point.
So
you can't justify her death by saying, because it takes a handful of us that will stand up against an unjust system to change the system. Other than that, the system never changes. It just doesn't.
And
that's all I'm speaking to.
And if we give away our rights and we don't use them, they're just gonna slowly erode away.
Yep.
And then we ain't gonna have the right to be able to. Now you can't be mad, right?
Yep.
It's gonna be like, oh, Jim Crow South, right? You got to be happy that the white man called you a name or disrespect you in front of your children, in front of your wife. You got to sit there and smile about it, right? And if you don't, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you for not being happy about this situation.
And these will be the same people that'll sit in your face and tell you race don't matter. All these other things that's going on. These will be the same people that will be telling you this. So basically, I guess she promotes the big brother state, the authoritarian state. So the authoritarian state that says what? So she don't believe in the philosophy that, hey, the police and the government works on behalf of the citizenry. She believes the citizenry is there to support the police and the government. So basically, whatever the government say and the police say, we live in a militaristic state. Shut up, all y'all.
Or she just don't understand the law, Rico. Maybe that might be it. She just don't understand that, hey, I don't have to comply. I don't have to comply with everything you ask me. And it's something that's outside of your authority, which is me putting out my cigarette. That's outside of your authority on a traffic stop. That has nothing to do with nothing.
Nothing.
Right?
And I don't have to be civil. I don't have to.
Exactly.
Now, do I think you should be? Absolutely.
You should
but you're not required. If you just came from a funeral and the police pull you over, I'm in a bad mood. Leave me alone. Give me the damn ticket so I can go home and mourn and grieve. Or whatever the case. I might have just buried my child. Give me the damn ticket so I can go. I don't want to talk to you. But if I respond that way, he's the problem.
Wait, Rico.
We forget about the mental ill that's going through society. That's every day that the police have to interact with people who are not right in their mind.
People. By the way, Sandra Bland was diagnosed with depression, and she had epilepsy, according to reports.
But
okay, one last question before we get in. But before I bring Bolo up, one last question. Was she going off? Because the Queenmaker said she was going off.
She was not going off.
Yeah, she was irritated. She was perturbed. But was she going off?
She was irritated. I've been that way a million times. The only reason why I don't pop off at the mouth because I know I'm a black man, and I know that me being as combative, and I know that a black woman is still given a little bit more grace than I am, and I'm concerned about coming home to my family. But I'll be honest with you, I felt 100% the way that she felt at almost all of my traffic stops. And you know what? Yeah, I knew I was speeding. I knew I got pulled over for speeding, and I was still irritated, and I didn't want to hear a damn lecture before you gave me the ticket. Give me the ticket and shut up and let me speed on home.
Right? Well, okay, so here's a point where, and I'm going to bring Bolo up right now, but here's the point where we're at. The cop has now crossed the line. He's the first one. Now, of course, Sandra Bland is going to participate in the craziness as well. But at this point, the first person to cross the line is the cop by asking her to get out of the car.
I'm going to see you in the next one. I got to dip with John for a minute. But I'll be back because you'll probably be up here another 6 hours. And nice seeing you, Brother Bolo. Stick around.
Big Rico, what's going on, baby?
All right, brother.
All right.
Peace. All right, that's Brother Rico. All right, Bolo.
Yo.
What's going on, big brother?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
What's up, G? G.
What's going on, my brother? What's going on?
What's going on, man?
I'm enjoying.
What you say, bro?
I'm enjoying your critique.
Thanks, man. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't. But that's why when we was arguing with each other yesterday on the phone, I said, you know what? Let's do this one tomorrow, Rico. Let's talk about that one. But what do you think, brother? I mean, we're watching the situation, and we're just trying to analyze where things went wrong, right? According to the Princella, she was Sandra Bland was going bananas out here, right? But I don't know if you've been listening.
Yeah.
She was just responding every time the cop asked her something. But of course, in the negative, she had a little bad energy. But who doesn't have bad energy when they get stopped for a ticket and they don't realize that they have done all this stuff, right? They may not be in that framework mentally, right?
Right.
What's your perspective, man? What's your perspective?
Well, see, Rico said something that was really profound that I think that we need to highlight. As men, we have to be always in situational awareness of the propensity of things to go left or awry, because especially being a black man, right?
Of course.
We're always aware, right? We always have to placate to a police officer because, again, we already know that it takes 10 cops to stop one black man. So,
Right.
you know, even if you're pissed off or you're angry, you have to be situationally aware to know that, listen, at the end of the day, I have to be in the mind frame to know that I don't know what this guy's his mind frame is. He could have went home and, you know, his dog bit him or his wife gave him divorce papers and he's just looking for someone to do something and get out of order. And,
Right.
you know, he used his authority, right? So I'm not trying to debate the law with him on the side of the street.
Right.
So whatever you need me to do, I'm going to do. I'm going to comply so I can get home to my family. Unfortunately, in this society, you know, women are given a lot of leeway. A lot of leeway. You know, we've seen videos. I mean, we've done videos where, you know, you'll have. I remember the man and the woman that were in the park in Atlanta. When the police pulled up, asked the man for the license, gave him the license.
Right.
He asked the woman for the license. She started going off and off and off and off and off till it went left. And then when hands are put on them, they revert to, I'm a woman. Why are you putting hands on me? What did I do? We're past that point. So I think that we all should have situational awareness. And
Agreed.
sometimes, you know, when you give people a certain amount, how can I say, a certain amount of rope, they think that they can take that rope to every situation. And it's not so. As we see in Texas, they're not dealing with that,
Right.
especially if you're black. So,
Yeah.
Again, we, you know, listen, I got the ticket. Let me get the ticket. Whatever the points are, I go home. I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in Texas. I know what Texas is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Luckily, she's on a bright street. It was in the daytime or whatever. You know, so we have to be aware. We have to, you know, the problem is a lot of us don't know how to hold on to our emotions.
Yeah.
We don't have coping mechanisms. You know what I'm saying? So situations like this happen and it goes left. Now you have a pissing contest. And
There
you know
you
who's
go.
going to win? You know who's going to win? He's going to win.
The man with the gun is always going to win.
You know, I think police officers should have, you know, they should have at least a BA or something. Because if you're going to, you know, you're supposed to represent the law, so you should know how to interpret the law. A lot of these cops don't know how to interpret anything. They don't know the law. A lot of them don't. So there should be a certain amount of law school that they should have to do. There should be a certain amount of critical thinking in aspects of de-escalating where they're dealing, you know, knowing that some people deal with depression, knowing how to deal with a person that has depression. Listen, you're dealing with people in all sorts of situations. You should go to school for it. You should have a certificate for it. You should have a training for it consistently and constantly, because things are changing and these things are not happening. So, yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying so far.
All right, man. You got a minute to hang around and we're going to watch the rest of the video? Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. So, okay, y'all, we're going to watch a little bit more of the video. This is the point where the cop got frustrated with her, right? Because he kept asking her, you know, what's wrong with you? And that's not none of his business. That's outside of his authority to receive that information. There's nothing he can do with that information. Even if he gets it, there's nothing he can do with it. That's just outside of his authority. But does he have the right to ask? Sure. They can ask you for anything, right? They can ask you for $1,000. But you have the right to refuse what you feel is outside of his authority, right? And that kind of question is outside of his authority. Where are you going after this? I don't have to tell you where I'm going after this. That's outside of his authority. Now, should you comply? Well, I mean, you know, if you're trying to get up out of there, probably should just say, I'm going home. I'm going here, whatever, right? But that's not illegal for you to comply. And that's the issue that I'm trying to bring up. It's not illegal. So, you know, a person shouldn't be taken to jail just because they don't like the fact that they were getting a ticket. Okay, so here's the point at demarcation where The cop says, get out of the car. She won't put her cigarette out in the car. So he's obviously going to pull her out of the car. And then, and my estimate, Rico disagrees with me on this, but I say that his thinking was, well, since I can't make her put it out in the car, if I get her out of the car, she has to leave it in the car, right? So that's where I think he overstepped himself on that one. And that's the first, it was just a cascade of bad things. So that's the first thing that happened. So here, let's watch the rest of it.
If that's how you think righteousness judges shit, you become a righteous judge. Look at all of the doggone information. Now, this Sandra Bland attitude. Listen, this Sandra Bland attitude. You think this the only time she act like this in life? Be real.
Judge, irrelevant. What does that got to do with anything? Has nothing to do with nothing, right? We're talking about this issue right here. All right, let's continue.
With me, do you think that this is the only time that she act like this in life? You don't think she had problems with other people? You don't think that her behavior is the reason that her family didn't bail her out? When she called them, begging for them to beg her out, when she bought her out, when she wouldn't have been there to begin with, if she wouldn't have had this fucked up attitude? She would have never been there to begin with if she wouldn't have been doing this stupid shit. And you wouldn't have had nobody to have to call to tell you, no, they ain't gonna bail you out or give you no money. This sense of entitlement that y'all claim black men have, you got the same sense of entitlement. Because, baby, you don't get to act like this and act any kind of way you want and think you ain't supposed to experience no goddamn consequences for your behavior. Now, after he asked her to get out the car, he asked her one time. That's the first time he asked her to get out the car, 9:26. He had every right to ask her to get out the car at that point.
No, he did not. No, he did not. She hadn't broken any laws. She just was upset that she got a ticket. And then he got upset that she wouldn't put her cigarette out. He asked her to put her cigarette out if she didn't mind. Well, she did mind. So she didn't put it out. I think it was a couple of days ago, Yella. A couple of days ago. Yeah, I think we all agree on that, Miss C said. I think we all agree that she didn't deserve to get deleted. Definitely not. And me and Rico said in the beginning that she could have handled this situation a lot better, but she didn't break any laws. So far, she will. But so far, she didn't. So the first mistake the cop made was asking her a lot of questions that was outside of his authority. Next thing he did was ask her to get out of the car because she wouldn't put the cigarette out, right? She hadn't broken any laws, smoking her cigarette, and he asked her to put it out if she minded, right?
Let me ask you a question. Can you be pulled out of your car?
Of course.
No. Can you be pulled out of your car when you don't stop at a red signal, a red light, or a stop sign?
No.
Signal.
They can do what they want, but legally, no. Because it's an infraction. They can't, unless they feel like they're investigating a crime and they're going to detain you. No, they can't pull you out your car. If their business is just the infraction that they're stopping you for, then no, they can't pull you out of the car. Now, if they are with you and they see the bank bags and they see the what's that thing? Bolo, what goes off, the ink all over the back of the car.
The ink, the splatter packs.
Right. Then, hey, maybe something might be going on here. Right.
Did you see something with the law? Like, the way the law works, it makes it so vague that it's left up to interpretation of that police officer, or lawyer or judge. You know what I'm saying? And again, they might say, well, I thought I had every, I got to look that law up. So I'm not going to say nothing until I look it up. Go ahead.
California, you can't pull somebody out of the car.
Is this where she is? She's in California or Texas at this point?
Texas. This is in Texas. But I'm saying I'm just going by my state. In my state, they can't even ask you to get out of the car. Well, they're not supposed to ask you to get out of the car, unless if their only business is with you is a traffic violation. They're not even supposed to ask you to get out of the car. Like I said, but if they start saying something funny in Clarence's car, and the passengers in the back roll down the window and all the smoke comes right out the back, maybe it smells like marijuana, maybe. Clarence, all you guys need to get out of the car. Let me see what's going on up in here, right? Now they're investigating something else. But if it's just a traffic stop in California, no, they can't just tell you to get out of the car. You don't legally have to do that. I mean, they can ask you to do whatever, right? Just like anything, right? They can ask you to do whatever, but you have the right to refuse. You have the right to refuse, and you're not breaking the law by doing so. All right, let's move on. This is where the cop asked her once. Now, he's going to end up asking her 11 times to get out of the car. Then he just grabs her and pulls her out, right? All right, so, or tries to pull her out. All right, let's go.
He had every right to ask her to get out the car at that point.
That is a lie from the pits of hell. He didn't have no right to ask her to get out of the car.
I don't have to step out of my car.
Step out of the car.
I don't have to step out of the car. Number two, he asked her again. 9:29.
Okay, so she refuses to get out of the car the first couple of times he asked her. She refused. She said, I'm not getting out of the car. Uh-oh. Now we got a problem. It becomes, like you said, it becomes a pissing contest now, right?
Yeah, so I'm looking something up, and this is what it says, right? It says in Texas, police can ask you to get out your car during a traffic stop. They may do this for safety reasons, such as to pat you down for weapons. You must obey the officer order to get out of the car. Failure to do so may result in criminal charges. Police only need reasonable suspicion to pull you over for a traffic violation. They have a wide discretion in making arrests for traffic violations.
Right.
This is Texas.
Right, because let's be honest. Here's the reality. A ticket is a courtesy. They can actually take you to jail for a traffic violation.
Absolutely. What I'm saying is you're absolutely. So if I'm going to take you to, okay, so let's go with that thought process. I could take you to jail for what you just did. That means I have to have you get out the car anyway, right?
Right.
So if I have to have you get out the car, then there is plausibility that I can have you come out the car now, even though I may just be giving you a ticket. Because you and I are going to be acting, you and I are going to be reacting to each other. We're going to be, corresponding at this point. I want to make sure that, you don't pull nothing out and hurt me. So I just need you to step up. You know what I'm saying? So here it's saying that there's a gray, like I was thinking, there's such a gray area when it comes to these things. And they're saying that, they don't have to, but if they do ask you to step out in Texas, and again, this is a Google search. I don't know how right this is. In Texas, you got to get out.
Well, if you got to get out, then that's her unfortunate not knowing the laws,
right.
The laws in Texas, right?
And a lot of us don't.
And a lot of us don't know the laws in our own state, right? So, but that's unfortunate. Now, so let's say that the Google search is right, Bolo, it's right. Now, he is not outside of his authority asking her to step out of the side of the car, right?
Right, but he's only asking her that because of the attitude that she had.
Huh?
He is only asking her this because of the attitude that she had.
I think so. I would agree with you 99% on that.
Right.
I don't think she was acting all funny and made him nervous or anything like that. I think she just, at a certain point, he just got fed up with the fact that she wasn't just letting it, she wasn't more amicable in the situation, right? But even still, that's her, she has a right to do that. She doesn't have to be amicable when she's getting a ticket, right?
Absolutely.
But however, like we said, ticket is a courtesy, right? You getting a ticket, it's a courtesy. They can take you to jail if you refuse the ticket. They can. So,
but here's the thing too. You have to understand too that to every action there's a response. You know what I'm saying? So if they if they're stopping you and they have such a wide gray area, you have to understand that they can go left or it can go right depending on how you react or how you
Agreed.
respond with this officer.
Agreed.
You know, you could have said to him, yo, listen, man, I'm not having a good day. So I'm pissed off and I'm angry. It's not directed at you. I'm just pissed off and angry.
Okay.
So that kind of alleviates the situation. So if you're answering him very in a curt manner, very curt, you're very short with him, then maybe he can understand because you gave him, you know, you shot over his bow, opposed to at this point, it makes it look like I'm pissed off with you.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, like I said, me and Rico said earlier, she could have handled this a lot better. So
could have he.
He could have handled a lot better. But I think this is the point where he got upset with her. He asked her to get out of the car. She wasn't gonna get out of the car. Now, me, if I was him, what I would have did is say, okay, you know, we'll get out of the car, no problem. Stay right here. I'll be right back. I just made her wait till the female officer came. Let the female officer get her out. Right. To me, that's what I would have done. But he's who, you know, that testosterone got going in him. And he said, you ain't gonna tell me what to do. You ain't gonna do. I'm all down here in Texas, right?
Yeah. And that's the point of knowing you don't know what another person is going through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In their life. So, you know, and again, you know, with most men, at least the brothers that I know, are situationally aware of the situation, because especially when men are talking to men, we know that the propensity of violence can happen real quick.
Yeah.
So there are certain lines that we won't cross in conversation if we don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Here, you know, a lot of people are, you know, they don't get help for their trauma or their mental depression or illness. They don't have coping mechanisms, and they're just running the earth. These people are police officers, fire departments, regular citizens, and all these different things. And you know that you could be that straw that break that camel's back.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but we have to be aware of these things.
I think we I think we, like you said, I think most of us as men, we're more aware of stuff like that. But I think women, I think they just feel, I think at some point they feel like, you know, because most of the time the world does bend around them and what they're going through. But sometimes you get in a situation, man, and the world ain't gonna bend for you. You're gonna put yourself out there, you know, just how the way you handle somebody, right?
Absolutely.
Said, how could she have handled a corporate cop better? It was beyond her control. The SCC, she got the second she got stopped. Well, I mean, with Yellow, we saying she didn't do nothing wrong. Up to this point, she didn't do nothing wrong. At this point, she hasn't done anything wrong, and there's no reason for the cop to pull her out of the car. But he's doing it anyway. Well, there's no reason that we could see. Bolo said he looked it up, and he has a right to get her out of the car, to ask her out and her to comply.
Right. According to what Google says in Texas.
According to Google search.
It's his discretion to pull her out if he chooses to. And if you don't come out, it's a violation of the law. But even if that wasn't said, you made a very good point that a stop sign, you're saying that a stop sign can get you arrested, depending on the discretion of the police officer. He can give you a warning, he can give you a ticket, or he can arrest you.
Correct.
So so let's go with that thought process. So the ticket, he doesn't have to get you out the car. The warning, he doesn't have to get you out the car. Correct. But if the overall infraction is that you can get arrested, I have any of those three options.
Correct.
They all fall under the umbrella of being arrested, but it's my discretion. That means I can still pull you out of the car regardless.
Yeah.
That's what that means. I can still pull you out of the car.
Yeah. Yep. So who's right? Who's wrong? Well, did he need to go this far? Well, why is he going this far? Most people, 90% of people, they just gonna get a ticket to him and let him go, right? Right? That's what most people would come to expect. that on a traffic stop, you're just gonna, at maximum, you're gonna get a ticket, right? You're gonna get a ticket, show up to court on this day, right? And deal with it, or go pay the fine or whatever, right? But the ticket is actually a courtesy. You're actually, in lieu of being placed under arrest, you being given a ticket to appear in front of a judge, right? Or pay the fine. You being released on your own recognizance, right? But if you decide, hey, I'm not going to take the ticket, I don't want to take it. Just like when they say, hey, you're going to take this, they pick you up for a DUI, and they say, hey, you got to blow into the thing, or you got to take the blood test or whatever, and you don't you refuse to take the ticket. You can refuse, but guess what, buddy? You're going to be having dinner, on the state for the next couple of days, right? You're going to be at the Great Bar Hotel, right? You can refuse if you want to, right?
And license suspended.
Possibly.
No,
right?
automatic.
Automatically? Automatically.
In certain states, once they give you the sobriety test, and let's just say, okay, we just want to give you that breathalyzer, and you say no, your license gets suspended right there.
It's automatic, and you got to go back into it. Now you got to go in front of a judge to get it back, right?
And they're still going, and they're still going to do the blood test. They're still going to forcibly take it from you.
Well,
and they don't tell you that, though. They don't tell you that.
Maybe that golden seal will kick in, Bolo, before you all that time, all the 2 weeks go by. Maybe that golden seal will kick in. You can go, I'm good. Blow the thing, go. Hey. All right, let's see. All right, let's get back to Princella, and she's gonna go through that. Now the cop is asked her to get out of the car. I think twice now. Asked her to get out of the car, and she's like, "Nope, I'm not doing it." Right? It's gonna get up to 11 times, right?
I don't got. You ain't got to put out your cigarette. You ain't got to step out the car. You ain't got to respect the officer. You ain't got to talk like you got some sense. You could just do what the fuck you want to do, huh? You could just do what the fuck you want to do, huh? Okay. 2 times he didn't ask her to get out the car.
Step out of the car.
Now he opened her car. Now he opened her car door. Was that legal? We don't know. Maybe he has the right to remove her forcibly.
Right.
I don't know what's going on in
Again, I'll read it. It says the police can ask you to get out the car during a traffic stop. They may do this for safety reasons, such as to pat you down for weapons. You must obey the officer's order to get out of the car. Failure to do so may result in criminal charges.
There it is, right there. So she didn't get out. So I think what he made the mistake, the cop made the mistake, is he decided to do all this himself. I would have got a female officer out there to do it. You know what I mean? But I think he took her what's the word I'm looking for? Her I won't say disrespect, but her nonchalantness about his authority. I think her indifference at his authority. I think he took that personally, and he decided, hey, you know what? I'm gonna do something about this. I'm gonna do something about it. So he decided, hey, I'm gonna pull her out the car. And she keep pushing me. I'm gonna make sure she go, have a dinner on the state, right? All right, so I want to move it past her. I want to put it where we actually put his hands on her. So now he's asking to get out of the car. He's fussing with her. Let's see where we at.
This did not have to go this way, y'all. It did not have to go this way. She was totally out of line. Come on. Oh, you gonna pull me out the car? Okay, let's do this. Okay, we gonna do it then. He calls for backup. First of all, she hit him. She hit him. As he tried to pull out the car after he told her 9 times this what he was gonna do. This what he make her do. This what she make him do before she decided to finally get out the car. He couldn't ask her nicely to get out the car. She wait 9 times after he asked her to get out the car. Then watch what he have to do for her to finally make the decision to get the hell out the car.
The car. Get out of the car now.
God damn it, he didn't ask this girl 11 times to get. It's like she think he for play. She think he for play. This man asked this motherfucker 11 times. 11 times.
Am I being apprehended? You trying to give me a ticket for your failure?
Now, we know as black men, you don't get it. It's never gonna get up to 11 times, right? For us, right?
No, he's gonna ask you telepathically. If you ain't catch it, he gonna ask you in his brain. And if you ain't catch it, you finish. But see, we gotta understand what society pushes. Society gives these women that leeway to act out in most situations. They don't understand that this ain't the dude that's taking it today. You don't know what happened to him. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what he came from. You dig what I'm saying? So today, I ain't dealing with it. I'm not dealing with it. And unfortunately, when you cross that line, it's too late.
But I will say this, brother. If we got to decide who's going to take the bigger, who's going to get the rougher ride, us or the females, I'm going to nominate us. I'm going to nominate us.
I
ain't
agree
right.
with you.
It ain't right. It ain't fair.
Definitely agree. I definitely agree. But that's the point that I'm trying to make. There's a turning curve that's happening right now, where you have these women that are saying, "I want to be treated equal as men," and then when they're treated as men, and they're given that equal opportunity, they revert back to saying, "I'm a woman.
I'm a girl, Paula. You can't say that to me."
That's my point. And you have these men that are in that thought process that ain't trying to have that. They're not trying to hear it. They're not trying to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hear that. So at this point, we already crossed that line. We here now.
Right.
We here. Now, again, yeah, he didn't have to go that far. However, you have to keep in mind that I don't know what this other dude is going through or whatever, and he has the authority to put 10 hot ones in me. 10. So you got to be situationally aware, regardless of what your situation is or how upset you are. Again, if you want to give him, the courtesy of letting them know, listen, man, I'm just coming back from a funeral. I'm just coming back from my car. I had to pay $5,000 to get it fixed, whatever. So I'm a little pissed off and angry. He might just let it, roll off his back like water off a duck. But if that conversation hasn't been had or established, it is what it is at this point.
All right, man. So I think this is the part where he put his hands on her. She punched and kicked him. So now she's open to be arrested. Well, she's open to be arrested at any point, but now it's a separate charge from the traffic violation, assaulting a police officer. All right, here we go.
Out of the car.
12 times. 12 times.
Am I being apprehended?
I'm giving you a lawful order. I'm going to drag you out of here.
So I'm
going to drag you out of here. Look what she pushed him to do. Watch, now she get out the car. He couldn't.
Hey, she didn't push him to do that. He decided he was going to do that. She didn't push him to do anything. She just said she wasn't going to get out of her car. That's okay. Like Bolo said, they just impounded the car. They could have just impounded the car, right? She would have to get out of the car anyway. Well, he decided he gonna get her out the car because, hey, this became a pissing contest, right? Who's got the biggest, appendage, right? All right, so let's get back to it.
Couldn't ask her 12 goddamn times to get out the car. He goes to drag her out and she hit him. Now he got to do this for her ass to get out the car.
Better than to drag me out of my own car.
Get out of the car.
And then you
I will
stun
light
me?
you up. Get out.
Wow.
Now.
Wow.
He threatened her with a taser. See, I put a quick 50 in you real quick if you want it like that. So obviously she had enough sense to realize I don't want a quick 50. You know what I mean? She was messing around with that hot 10 that you talk about, Bolo, but that 50,
that's look where it is.
Yeah, right.
Where it is.
I ain't finna miss from this.
Now you want to comply. Now you want to comply at this point. But we already on 12 now, right? We already on 12.
Right.
Now you want to comply.
Right. But I think like you said, man, a lot of times because of being a woman and so many people have made concessions for you, you don't realize that there's people out here in the real world, man, that they may not play that game. And you may, because I see women do this a lot, and shout out to the sisterhood, but I see some of y'all make this mistake where you see a dude and he's being very respectful to you and nice to you, and you as a female think, oh, well, he's nice, I can just run him over.
They take kindness for weakness.
You think it's one way, but then it turns into the other way, right? You don't know who you're dealing with, and the dude flip on you, and then you be like, what's going on? I thought you were... See, because you make the assumption that because he was nice to you in the beginning, he going to stay nice to you, and he going to put up with a lot of what he consider mistreatment, because it's relative. Mistreatment, right, that's relative. What this lady is saying, oh, Sandra Bland was going off. All she was doing was not complying with his, him asking her questions. She was just like, nah, I don't, you know what I mean? She wasn't going in on him that I saw, right? But so I agree with the situational awareness. You got to have, and unfortunately, women haven't been through it. Women haven't. A lot of them haven't been through those situations where.
Let me say this, Brother Clarence. This is where I kind of disagree with you a little bit. It's not that women haven't gone through it. Society has put them in a relaxed state of mind, a sleep state of mind, to be able to do what they, do whatever they want to do and get away with it to a certain extent. And then when the pressure is applied, they revert back to I'm a woman. They get to pick when they say I'm equal, and then get to choose to say, well, I'm a woman. You shouldn't be treating me this way. We see this in so many different videos of police officers telling them, give me your license, like that one. The black dude gave the license quick because he realized this can go left real quick. Right. The cop asked him once. He gave the license. He asked her 3 times. She went to her car. This is the leeway that was given to the woman, right? She went to her car, went into her bag. We couldn't have done that. We would have got shot. Right. Because they're going to think we're going to get something. She went to her bag once or twice, got her phone, and she's talking to somebody or whatever, and then says, what's your name? He gave her his name 3 times and badge number. That couldn't have happened with man. It couldn't have happened with the man.
Probably not.
It not probably. First of all, you can't walk back to your car, my G. You ain't doing that.
No.
You're not walking back to your whip. You dig what I'm saying? So again, society gives them this, this thought process where they can just do whatever they want to do. And then when the law comes in for this situation and other situations that we've seen on video, when you're dealing, he has every right, according to what I pulled up. Now, again, I don't know but if this is right, he has a lot of leeway. He doesn't have to pull you out of the whip. He doesn't have to pull you out of the car, but he can. He can, right? So he can choose to say, yo, listen, come on, man, slow it down, pay attention. You ran through a stop sign, and he can get back into his whip and keep it pushing. But if you say, F you, police, oh, word? All right, license, registration, and get out the car. He has every right to do that.
Yeah.
Every right. So we got to stop playing checkers in this game that we call life and start playing chess. and understand what is the reason that my purpose is to get home.
Agreed.
That's my purpose, to get home to my family. That's my purpose, right? After I finish working on the plantation, my job is to get home. Whatever I need to do to get home, that's what I'm going to do. So I can understand if it's 12 o'clock at night and you on a dark road, you continue to drive to a place where there's light. I get that. But in this situation, man, you know, we again, they're both wrong.
At this point, yes. Okay, so Yellow says, so it's disrespectful to have a hypothetical about yeeting baby Jesus, but it's okay to overanalyze the situation where this woman had no choice. Well, Yellow, if you think about it, she had a choice. Now she could have been more accommodating with the man. She could have been. I mean, that was her. It was her choice to decide that, hey, I'm having a bad day or whatever, I'm going to behave this way. So it was her choice for doing this. I don't want to say it wasn't her choice. Now, at the point where he decided that he was going to give her 50 in the arm, I don't think she had a choice at that point unless she wanted to hit that 50, right? So she had enough intelligence to get out of the car at that point. But I think these are two different, you know, these are two different issues. We talked about.
See how that conversation that Cats had on. I don't even see how those two are in the same realm.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clear up. So this situation, this is a teachable moment. I think the other situation was just a thought experiment, but in this situation, it's a very teachable moment of you got options and knowing the laws in your state of what you can and can't refuse to do, right? Can you refuse to get out of the car? Well, in California, you can if they just stop you for a traffic stop. If they identify that, hey, no, I'm stopping you for more than that, I'm going to detain you, then you got to get out of the car, right? But you don't have to get out of the car if they just stop you for a traffic violation in California. Texas may be different, right? So that's the thing here, trying to show that, hey, you do have options. Sandra Bland had options so she could have handled it. Now, did she do anything wrong? I don't think she did anything wrong. Up until the point where she started physically assaulting the cop, I don't think she did anything wrong. At that point, when she started physically assaulting the police officer, that's when she opened the door for her to now get some new charges that would definitely almost immediately send her to jail, right? I don't know if you can find a cop that's going to get punched and kicked and then say, oh, man, forget it. Like two dudes on the street. Oh, man, hey, let's go get a beer, right? I don't think there's any cops that's going to do that, right? Especially if they get punched and kicked by a woman. But he decided to try to pull this lady out of the car. That was his second mistake, to do that. But he has something to prove, right? Negroes and cowboys, they got stuff to prove, right? They got stuff to prove. So they're going to do stuff where it's totally unnecessary just to prove a point, right? So he's a police officer. He's doing this where he didn't have to do that. I think an older cop would have been like, you know what, lady? Here, boom. An older cop would have said, oh, okay. You ain't getting out of the car, no problem. Oh, you need to fix here's a ticket for your lights. Here's a ticket for your brakes. Here's a ticket for the tires. Here's a ticket for an older cop would have did it a better way. She would walk out there with 10 tickets, right? But she decided to do it this way. And so that's why this is happening this way, in my opinion. All right, y'all. So let's get back to now. He's threatening her he's going to light her up with 50 volts, right? All right. So let's check that out.
Look, he wasn't even on this type of time, y'all. He was not on this type of time. She forced him to pull a taser on her ass and tell her to get out the car, and now you get out.
He wasn't forced to. He could have sat there and waited till some backup came. So he had a choice. Since he went to follow the path, he had a choice.
He could have ignored her. He could have just said, Ma, you know what?
Right?
Give me the ticket. Here's me a license registration. I'm gonna give you the ticket. Whatever.
Yeah, right.
So they both made conscious decisions going down this path. They both
Okay.
did this. He didn't
So
force
now
it.
they both are caught up in it, right? All right, y'all. Let's continue because we're only watching a little bit more. We might have to do a part 2. We'll do a part 2 where we get to the points where Princella says that she deserved this situation to happen to her.
Out the car. You didn't like when he called you ma'am 3 goddamn times. He addressed you as ma'am. He said, please, if you don't mind, can you put out the cigarette? Please. All right, get out the car then. 12 goddamn times. And then he pull a taser on her ass because she's escalating this shit. I mean, she driving that testosterone up. Driving it up. While you're constantly disrespecting his authority. You disrespecting his authority. And he got to pull you up.
You know what's so crazy? What's so crazy is one minute she says that men can't control nothing. Then the next minute she's saying that she's causing him to do all that. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
That she's driving up his authority in 1 minute. Remember she was saying that some of the things that she was saying is women have no control. Women don't have no power. So how does she have the power to drive up his authority or his testosterone? No, that's something he's choosing to do. He's choosing to deal with the nonsense instead of just saying, you know what, stay in your damn car. Let me get your license registration, write your ticket. Let me get the hell out of here. Right. He's choosing to engage. They're both choosing to engage.
Right. Now, it could have, because either one of them, right? When he first asked her to get out of the car, she could have just got out of the car, right? But she decided to fight that, right? For whatever reason, I'm going to show this man that I got a bigger appendage than him, right? So the man said, okay, if that's what we're going to do, then I'm going to show you got a bigger one than you.
Absolutely.
And so here we are right here, right?
Yep.
Now, at the point where the violation had occurred and the response from the state was to ticket you over there, we're past that now.
Yes.
We ain't doing no more police business now.
Now you're going to jail now.
Yes. Because you are just keep escalating the situation. And from at the point, because when he reached in to grab her, she punched him and kicked him, right?
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. That's assault. That's battery, assault, whatever they call it.
That she opened the door for that situation to occur. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Now, you could have been home by now, right?
Yeah.
But when you punched and kicked the officer, now he's got a separate incident that he can arrest you for. Yes, Brother Yellow, what's going on with you, man?
What's going on? What's going on? Can y'all hear me? We all good?
Oh, yeah, man. You good, man.
What's going on?
Yeah. What's going on, Bolo? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Bro C. Yeah. So I want to come up and clear up my statement. And this is perfect timing on what y'all talking about, right?
Okay.
So I've been listening and I've been hearing y'all analyze her power to control and her power to change the situation when she was in a powerless situation. And I'm hearing this like she had, like y'all talking like she had the power to affect this situation at all. The people she was dealing with didn't care about her life, her existence, or none of that. There was nothing she could have did to prevent what happened. Nothing.
Are you talking about the traffic stop?
I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about all of it.
Okay. Right now, we're just talking about the traffic stop.
This too.
Traffic stop.
This too. There is, my thing is this. It was, the situation was out of her control the second she got stopped. The second she got stopped. So all that, what she could have did, what she should have did, is irrelevant because she didn't have no power in the situation. Y'all talking about, if she wouldn't have swung and if she wouldn't have kicked and all this stuff, she was still going to jail to get killed.
Well, yellow, hold on. You don't think that if she would have handled this cop a little differently, maybe things would have turned out a little?
No.
Why not?
No.
Okay. Why not? Explain.
Because it ended up in her death. So she was dealing with people that didn't care about if she handled it the right way or not.
Okay.
Because there's a bunch of other ways. It's a bunch of other ways he could have handled it.
Agree, and that's what we've been saying. Okay, so we're gonna do a part 2 about after she actually gets in custody. Right now, we're doing just a traffic stop. You don't think that she could have handled herself a little differently? Because we already agreed that the cop could have handled this a way better. But you don't think that Sandra Bland could have handled herself a little better? She didn't do anything illegal. We're not saying she did anything illegal and she had to comply. None of that. Me and Rico went over all that. So, but you don't think that her behavior could have de-escalated this situation a little different?
No.
Okay.
Because she's dealing with the escalator. It ain't her position. It ain't her place as the person getting pulled over to de-escalate the situation. The professional in the uniform with the badge who's been trained to de-escalate, that's his job to de-escalate the situation.
Agreed.
Okay, I agree with you. So do you think agitating the situation more, knowing that it's his job to de-escalate and he's not de-escalating nothing? Do you think agitating it and making it progress is prudent to your situation?
You just said she did. Y'all agree she didn't do nothing illegal,
No,
right?
No. Hold on.
Right, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure before I answer.
She didn't do anything illegal. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me clear it up, and then you can answer them, Bolo. She didn't do anything illegal as far as denying to comply with the stuff while she was inside her vehicle. She did that. Now she did something illegal. She ran a stop sign. She didn't signal, and she tried to change lanes without illegally. So she did do something illegal. That's what he pulled her over for. He pulled the sister over before her, for something for speeding as well, but it only gave that sister a warning, right? We don't know why. Does that have any connection to this? Probably not, but that's something that's out there, right? So she did break he had a right to pull her over, right? So I just want to make that clear. Now, pulling her out of the car and all that, no, he don't have no right to do that as far as I see. Well, excuse me. In Texas, he has a right to do that, but I don't see any prudent reason why he did that, because he wasn't investigating no crime. He wasn't doing anything like that, but he decided, hey, I'm going to pull out the car because I'm mad. That's what it looks like to me. But I just wanted to clear that up. She did break the law. That's why he pulled her over. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Okay,
right.
Let me say this. According to the law of Texas, he can pull out the car. Okay? It escalated when he told her put the cigarette out. Now, she don't have to comply with that. She didn't have to. But it's escalating at this point. So now you have to have situational awareness to say, you know what? Let me put the cigarette out. She chose not to, which is her right. It's his right to pull you out the whip. He's telling her, get out the car. She's saying no, in layman's terms. No, I'm getting out the car. Yeah, she had power to de-escalate it. We know the power physically and by the law is on the police's side. Absolutely. I don't disagree with you on that. But don't say that she couldn't de-escalate it, my brother. She could have. We all have that power when we're having an argument. If you and I are having an argument, I can choose to say, Yellow, you know what, bro? This is not prudent for us to move further as brothers. So let's just change the conversation. Or I can engage with you and it can get to another level and it goes wherever it goes. We all have a choice in what we do. All of us do. So to take power out of her hand and only say it's in his is off, in my opinion.
If we having an argument, Bolo, and it's like that, is because we're equals. This ain't a situation where you talking about people that's on equal plane. You got a person of authority. You got a person of authority, and you got somebody who's supposed to be under his authority. Okay. So that's basically like telling me that the parent's supposed to rage out. Hold on, that's like basically telling me that the parent got leeway to rage out no matter how their kid acting. He ain't got the ability to de-escalate. It's not on her, especially if you're telling me that everything was cool till he told her to put a cigarette out.
So if I have all the authority in the world, why don't you submit to it? If you're saying that the authority is on my end,
because if you're saying great power,
right?
Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility.
Agreed.
Cool.
If you don't know how to, if you don't know how to handle that in a better way, because here's the thing, Bolo, we sit up here and hold men accountable for why the situation break down all the time. But you can't handle your woman, you shouldn't be arguing. Okay, so in this situation, it's the same thing. He let that woman get under his collar and break his frame. Okay, so he's the one. who
but here's
allowed
the
the
thing.
situation to
I got
escalate.
you. Here's what I'm saying to you. I don't disagree with you. You're 100% correct.
Agreed.
Here's the thing. I want my wife to come home. I need my wife to come home, my G. So
Then
I don't
you get
need
better
you.
officers. You get better
on.
officers.
No. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I agree with you on that too. I already said earlier they should study law, because a lot of these cops don't know the law at all. I agree with you on that. Okay. What I'm saying to you is, to every action is a reaction, my man. Come on. This is the real world we're living in. We know what it should be, but this is reality now. So at the end of the day, if I know that Yella is a cop and Yella got an attitude, okay, and you're in authority and you're pissed off and you're angry, even in the way you stop me, I feel that energy coming from you. My G, I'm doing everything to comply. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I'm doing everything to comply. Yo, Bolo, get out the car. Sure. Let me get your license registration. Here. Because I'm feeling your energy already. I don't want no hot sauce from you. Because I know in this situation, I cannot win. I cannot win here. So I don't disagree with you. Absolutely. He's the man. He should have more control. He should have more control of his emotions. None of us disagreed with you on that.
Right.
But if I see someone that's emotional at this point, why would I add to it? I'm not trying to add, because I'm trying to get home. That's the only point that we're trying to make. Just that in itself.
What do you think about that, Yella?
No, I understand what he's saying, but you also can't be like, we living in the real world and it ain't about like what ifs, and we sitting up here analyzing, well, what if she did this and what if she did that? Because then that's diluting the conversation. The fact of the matter is the woman been dead for 8 years.
Right.
So my thing is this: if we gonna sit up here and be like, oh yeah, she should have de-escalated, she see it ain't her job. Because the one thing I noticed is that y'all said, oh yeah, officers should learn the law. They should learn the law. You know what they should learn? Psychology.
Agreed.
Because that is what would have allowed this situation to probably end a little better.
I did say that. I said that too, Yella. I said that they should take up psychology also.
So knowing the law and being more informed on the law ain't gonna help them. This officer is the authority. We're not talking about an equal plane. We're not talking about me coming across somebody on the street. We're talking about the person who's supposed, but we not though. We're talking about a situation where he initiates the situation by pulling her over. Okay. Regardless if she was wrong. He is the one who is initiating this whole situation. So it's on him to control the situation up and down, left and right. He could have called for a female officer. He could have did a whole bunch of other shit.
He did get one there.
Eventually. By then it's up and it's stuck.
I agree. I agree with you 100% on that one.
It's up.
He made a huge mistake pulling her out of the car, threatening her even with the 50 volts. Yes, definitely. I agree with you.
Okay, so there's nothing she could have did. There's no level of compliance that would have stopped that temperament. Hold on. Because that temperament would have existed if he would have never met Sandra Bland. That temperament was in him the second he woke up in the morning. That temperament was in him when he buttoned that top button. So to sit here and be like, oh,
that's
yeah,
wrong, the girl before her, Yella, he let go when she had no insurance. She had no insurance. She was speeding.
Right. So what makes
it illegal? Hold on.
So you're saying that makes it even. Hold on, Bolo. But just let me jump in real quick, because that makes it even more senseless. That makes it more even because that was the person he should have enforced the law on. How are you sitting up here telling me that Sandra Bland sat in her car doing everything that she was supposed to do and she ends up dead, but the chick who got stopped for speeding with no insurance gets let go on a warning?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you.
Let me say this, Bolo. Let me say this.
Because she acted right.
Wait,
absolutely.
I mean, hold
how many times do you have? Go ahead.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I want to make this clear. This cop had nothing to do with her death, so we're conflating that. Right now, we're talking about the traffic stop.
He did though.
He did.
Bro, see how? How?
Because
He escalated the situation.
He's not the one that was over her, custody, watching over her. He had nothing to do with that part of the game. He put her in custody. He was the one that put her in custody, but he wasn't the one over her custody. So to blame him for something he wasn't there or had no responsibility over, that wasn't his responsibility. Once he's in custody, that's a whole other person's responsibility. So we don't want to say, well, he is the reason. Now, did he? Is he a progenitor of the situation developing? Yes, we can say that he's a progenitor of the situation, but he's not the reason. It wasn't his responsibility to make sure that she wasn't going to do anything about, and make sure to find out if she had any illnesses, if she had any mental illness, and find out if she did have it, because they found out she had mental illness, right? Found out she was clinically depressed, right? But and she had tried to delete herself a couple of years before, right? They found all this out, and they still didn't take any extra measures on that, right? That wasn't his responsibility. He was just doing his job, putting over somebody who ran a stop sign. He just was doing his job up until this point. So I just wanted to make that clear. All right, y'all. Who's talking, Yellow or Buller? Whichever one of y'all was talking.
I'm not gonna respond to that, because to say to say he ain't responsible, that's the whole part of this conversation. That's probably why I'm here. He is the officer, just like anybody else. He's the first respondent. To be fair, he was the first one to threaten her. So my thing is this: if he works for the police office, the police station, he is 100% responsible for what happened to her, because if he didn't take her to jail, if he didn't escalate the situation, if he'd have learned to properly de-escalate the situation, Sandra Bland could have been alive right now.
Agreed.
Because we're not going to sit back and be like, oh yeah, once he drops her off at the police station, it's no longer his responsibility. It ain't his job. Like, it ain't his job to check for her mental illness or make sure she's okay. So why not? Because the officers check all the time, and they talk to people. Oh, you got mental illness? Okay. And they approach it differently. They approach suicide. They approach suicidal people all the time differently. They do this on the spot, because if it's not his job to deal with that, then these situations wouldn't be stopped. People.
Okay, Yellow. Well, let me ask something real quick, Bolo. So you telling me, Yellow, that this cop here that's on the street should be just as responsible as somebody when he has no responsibility for the custody situation? He should be responsible for checking on her, making sure she's okay while he's on the street. How is that possible? That's not his part of the job.
I'm gonna say yes, and then I'm gonna share an analogy, right?
Okay.
If a fire started in the forest,
okay,
and forest burned down, the fire is to blame, right?
Right.
The spark is also to blame too.
Agreed.
Okay. Regardless if the fire killed her, the spark started the fire.
Okay.
You can't negate the fire. You can't negate the spark for the fire. You can't act like the spark didn't have just as much responsibility as to the end results as the fire did.
Well, I'm not saying that this.
I think
directly. Go ahead.
The analogy you gave, I don't think it quite fits this. And let me explain why I say that. So here's my question to you. My question to you is this. If I see that this police officer is very inadequate at de-escalating this situation, what would you suggest that I do? Continue? Do you think I should comply or not?
I don't know what you should do. That's the thing about it. What you should do is irrelevant, because the person that has something that they should be doing is the person in the uniform. The person in the uniform.
But I'm in the situation though, Yella. What I'm saying to you is I'm in the situation. So if I'm in the situation and I see that this man here, who is supposed to have the authority, supposed to have the training, supposed to have a psychological thought process and all this, and I see that he is not de-escalating this situation. In fact, he's antagonizing it. He's ready for anything that I do wrong. He's ready to jump. Why would I give him ammunition? That's what I'm saying. So when you make that analogy with the spark and the fire, I get your point. It doesn't fit here because she added to it.
She poured gas on it, right?
She added to it. So I get your analogy. The spark and the fire, they're related. Because if there was no spark, there wouldn't have been a fire. I get it. So who would be the spark here? He would be the spark. He would be the spark. Yeah. Absolutely. If she would have just complied. Want me to put a cigarette out here, man? I'm upset. I'm pissed off, but I already see where this could go. This is where situational awareness comes in. We can't put the total responsibility and accountability on the other person on what I do. Absolutely not. Now, there are situations where whether I try to de-escalate the situation, there are police officers out there that take it to a next level. We're not speaking on that. We're speaking specifically on this traffic stop. So the example that I gave you earlier where you have a woman that has no license, that has no insurance and speeding, he lets go. Your thing was, well, that's more of an infraction. He should have arrested her. I guarantee you, I didn't see the video, but I can guarantee you her demeanor was different.
Much
I can guarantee you that. Don't say demeanor don't get you far. It does. If you take a chick out and she got an attitude with you, she ain't getting a second date. No, she's not. Okay. But if she has a demeanor of someone that you would like to have a conversation with, then absolutely there might be one.
So here's the conundrum about this situation that you're talking about. Because just because she had a good demeanor don't mean she broke the law. I was ready to tell me how Sandra ran the stop sign and she did this. Those was moving violations. Everything else was fine. Tags were straight, license straight, insurance cool, all this. But her demeanor was bad, so she deserved to get locked up. And then whatever happened to her, that's just out of my control.
No one said she deserved.
Wait a minute, hold on, Bolo. Hold on. I'm not saying that. I didn't say death. I said she deserved to get locked up and subsequently whatever happened.
Okay.
But to tell me that good demeanor is the thing that got old girl who was in a worse position, yeah, it's fine when we're talking about a relationship, Bolo, but we ain't talking about relationships. We talking about a police stop. Where the person who's supposed to know the hold on, wait, hold on, Bolo. Check me out. Just rock with me for a second. We ain't talking about this. We ain't talking about a relationship. We talking about a police stop where the person who's making this stop is supposed to handle the only respontibility of this situation falls on the officer. Hold on, brother, Bolo, let me rock for a second.
I didn't say nothing.
I got you. Okay. It's not about demeanor, which got her off. That shows the ideas of what's going on. You can't sit up and be like, oh yeah, her demeanor was a certain way and that's why she got off. But you can't say that because the person who's in charge of what's processing is the person making the decisions. It don't matter what Sandra could have did. That's why when you're saying what should you do, there's nothing you should do. We can isolate this stop, and I'm with it. Like, I'm not trying to conflate the conversation. We isolating this stop. But to expect Sandra Bland, who both of y'all have confirmed had mental illness.
Yeah.
Why? Not only does she have mental illness, but she's a black woman in a time where we just supposed to be okay with trusting cops. She a black woman talking to a white man. In what was this? 2018?
2018.
At the start of shit really getting real. To sit up here and expect that this woman, who both of y'all have confirmed all of these situations for her to have the situational awareness to talk down the person who went to school, who trained, who's supposed to know how to handle this situation is beyond me. She got mental illness according to y'all.
I think Yellow, I think you're misunderstanding what we're saying. We're saying that would have been the better option, as opposed to that was her. She should. She was compelled to be that way. Obviously, like you said, the cop has the bigger responsibility in this situation. He has the bigger responsibility. Now, how's he going to know that she's been diagnosed with mental illness? He's not going to know that right away. He's not going to know that. That's stuff they found out after checking her medical history after they had her down at the police station. He's not going to know that right away. What we're talking about is not the fact that, oh, she should have just did this, and in any situation, everybody should do this. No, we're just saying that can make a difference. Your behavior and your response to the officer can make a difference. That is true, isn't it? Or is it not true?
My bad, I was muted. It's 50-50. It's 50-50.
I'll give you that much. Because it doesn't just being agreeable doesn't mean that they're not going to do you wrong. I will give you that.
I'd have been agreeable. Like, officer, all right, cool. Next thing you know, bam, here I am on the hood. Like, okay, all right. I was okay. I thought we was cool. You laughed.
But you know what, Yella? But Yella, you know what? Here's the thing. I'm sorry to laugh at that situation. Here's the thing. That dude, there's a difference between a robber and a murderer, right? When the murderer comes to take your wallet, he's gonna kill you regardless. So you ain't gonna just give him your wallet. You're gonna fight. A robber just wants your wallet. He don't want no hot sauce. He just wants it. And I'm correlating that to what you just said. That police officer, in his mind, no matter whether you complied what you did, he's still in his mind, like you said, I'm going to put hands on Yella. And that's what he did. 50-50. At least you were situationally aware to say, you know what, I'm going to comply. Now, here's the thing. If you didn't comply, it could have been a lot worse. So the lumps that you got could have wound up in a shot, a tase, or you not being here, God forbid. So you were situationally aware to understand there's 5 cops, especially you being a black man, you know there's going to be 10 to 12 cops. Yeah, I get it.
I'm a big nigga too. They come.
So I get it. My thing is, I had a cop tell me one time, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. That's the thought process that these cats are in. Not all, but that's the thought process that they're in. And usually when they shoot, they don't shoot to hurt. They shoot to neutralize. It's easier when one person tells a story, when there's not 2. All of these things we have to be aware of to do our best, not to put ourselves in that situation, but it happens anyway. It happens. Even though you may stop at every stop sign, stop at every light, making sure you indicate, they just want to stop a cat driving a Benz, not knowing what his situation is, not knowing that he's a CEO or whatever. I agree with you. It happens. What we're saying in this situation here, it can go 50-50. Let me do my portion to try and chill. That's all I'm saying. That's all we're saying. Let me do my portion so that it doesn't escalate. Because my job ain't to talk him down. My job is for it not to get worse. I'm not going to talk this police officer down because he's going to think that, I'm trying to usurp authority over him. Like if I'm better than him, I'm not trying to do that. My job is to get home to my family and not to make the situation worse. So whatever you need me to do at this point, whatever. Here's my license, registration, get out my car. That's the point that we're trying to make.
I got you. And that's why I say, and one more thing, and then I'm gonna fall all the way back because I know Bro C trying to get on up out of here. I feel like you're trying to get out of here. I didn't come out when he was talking about doing a part 2. And I appreciate the combo, fellas. I really do. So I understand the example with me, right? And that's why I was and I ain't ashamed to say it. I still got smoke. However, in this situation, I can understand that me growing up as a black man, I was taught I was taught this particular situation way differently than my black women were. You see what I'm saying? I was taught this situation from a kid for no reason. By my peoples, but like I ain't talking about like interaction with the police. I'm talking about by my peoples. You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of how. So I understand the thing, and I can't. And this is why I was like, I can't really drop that responsibility on her, because one, she ain't been shown how to handle this situation. She might have been able to talk her way out of a lot of other situations. She might have been able to do that. But this situation, not so much, right? So that's why I'm like, we have to put the onus on the police 100%, because, and just to keep.
Yellow, you went out, brother. Okay, well, this is what I'm gonna do, man. This is what we want to do. Like we've been saying, man, we're not putting the total. Of course, the responsibility is on the police officer, right? The responsibility of just making sure the things, the encounter stays fluid. That responsibility belongs to the police officer. We're saying that, but I think what we're also saying is that at some point we're gonna have, if depending on your position, your mental thinking process, you can play a part in it. You can play a part in how this may go, and it depends on if you have something to prove, or if you have something to just say, you know what, I got biscuits in the oven. Why am I out here arguing with this cop? Give me the ticket, let me go. Which the cop should just gave her the ticket, right? But he didn't, because at a certain point he became frustrated with the fact that she wouldn't comply with a lot of the stuff that he was asking her to do, and that's the whole reason why he pulled her out of the car. And then it just a bunch of bad stuff starts snowballing from there. But I think we're all saying she didn't deserve to die. We're all in agreement on that. She didn't deserve to lose her life over it, right? But we just trying to show how, as teaching a lesson, that we may feel like we powerless, but we actually got a little bit of power in it. And if we can see how to do it, and we can recognize the situation well enough, we might be able to not so much talk our way out of the situation, but at least make sure that we are going to have a level of safety. We can try to at least mitigate some of those circumstances. You can't control what another human being is going to do. It's like I said, you can't, even if you be, I'm going to be the nicest person to this police officer. Some cops ain't going to like that, right? Stop calling me sir. I don't want to hear that, right? Some cops ain't going to like that. So it just depends on the situation. And we as typical as most of the time have been victimized unfairly by any type of police department you can name, but by the numbers, we're probably the most over arrested and under for less charges. And then you just end up doing 3 days and you out because they can't make it stick. That's usually us, right? So we have to learn how. We got to say, Elijah Muhammad said like this: you got an open enemy. You have an open enemy, right? Then you got to learn how to deal with your open enemy so that you can have the least amount of bad problems walking away from that open enemy, right? And so if we understand that, some of these police officers are really looking to be our open enemy, how are we gonna deal with them? How are we gonna deal with them? Do they care whether we get home or not? No, but we care whether we get home or not. So we need to play. This is a game of chess, not checkers. It's not a game of what we used to call rock'em sock'em. You just sock somebody, see how hard it, see if they could take it, right? This ain't that. This is the real world, right? Just like Indiana Jones. Remember the dude with the knives? He was swinging on the knives around. Indiana Jones just pulled a gun out and shot him, right? Right? So that's where we at today with this situation. We got to be thinking at all times that we're behind enemy lines. And when we see a situation where somebody comes up to us, I don't care who you are, you should feel threatened when somebody comes up to you and they got a gun on their hip, they got a taser on the other hip, they got probably 2 or 3, they got a hideaway knife, they got another hideaway gun you ain't seeing on a boot somewhere. That dude is prepared for you to your demise, right? They're going to all of them try to be like the Marines, right? The Marines have a saying, right? You know, let that other man die for his country. Let him die for his country, right? What you're trying to do is make him do what he said he was going to do. And he said he would die for his country. You hold him to his word, right? Well, you got some of these officers are like that, right? I'm going home. I don't know where you going, but I'm going home. You can end up in the hospital. You can end up in jail. You can end up in at the morgue, or you can end up at home. There's 4 options for you. Which option are you going to work the hardest to get to happen? So that's all we're doing, man. It's just us trying to what's the word I want to use? Try to educate some of our people, man, that might have seen the Sandra Bland thing and agreed with a lot of the stuff that the Prince Seller was saying. We want to open it up and say, no, that's not necessarily the case. You can be angry with a cop. You ain't under no obligation to be a nice person to them. They are the obligation to respect you under all circumstances. But the reality is sometimes they won't. Now, the question is, what happens when you run across one of these dudes that don't want to be respectful, that's having a bad day? Like Bolo said, wife didn't make it, wife burnt the chicken last night. You might get caught up in something, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
Cool.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, we're going to watch just a little bit more, y'all. Thank you, Yellow, for coming up, man. I appreciate you bringing the other side to the argument. Okay, so now we're going to watch just a little bit more, and then we're going to call it a day, fellas, because we got to get to the other part where she's actually inside the jailhouse. Okay, here's a little bit more. Princella and Sandra Bland.
You over. Now he pull a taser. Now you want to get out the car and act like you a damn victim. When you just told him, let's do this. You just sat up here and said, let's do this. That ain't the vocabulary of a goddamn victim. That's not the vocabulary of a victim.
Okay, she said, let's do this. Gentlemen, would you guys agree with me that she didn't break the law by saying, let's do this?
No, she didn't break the law at all.
No.
What do you say, Yellow?
Nah.
Right? No. You can be upset. You can be angry. You're not breaking the law by being angry and not being in a good mood when they pull you over. I don't have to be in a good mood. That's not my responsibility. Right?
I've been pissed off most times I've been arrested.
Right,
I've made it to jail and home safely. So I mean, yeah,
right. Of course. So she's not breaking any laws at this point. Now she already assaulted the man, so he's got that. But as far as what she's doing now, by just saying, "Hey, let's do this," when he reached to pull her out of the car, she said, "Oh, we doing this? Oh, okay, let's do this." That's what she said, right? That ain't against the law. That ain't nothing she did was against the law. Now, resisting him, maybe that might be a little gray area, because I sure, as a man, wouldn't have tried to put no woman out of no car unless I saw her with a piece or something, right? All right, y'all, let's start wrapping this thing up, man, because it's just too much to cover in like we'll be here all night. Let me take Sandra Bland. Let me take the Queen Maker out of the position. The Queen Maker's position is she brought this on herself. You guys go back and look at the video that we played, all the video, and we didn't cut any of it. We just played it. She didn't do any. I didn't see her do anything illegal. Now, could she have helped herself? Yeah, I think so. I don't know, Yellow, you might disagree with me, but I think she could have helped herself by having a better attitude. But let's go to Bolo and then Yellow, and then we start closing up, y'all.
At the end of the day, whatever someone's going to do, they're going to do, right? So that, if they wake up in the morning and say that they're going to do this, that's what they're going to do. Having situational awareness is always good. It's always to be, always being prudent and walking circumspectly in your day to day. Understanding whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And typically sometimes a change of attitude and perspective can change the course of how bad a situation can get, because it can get a lot worse with a bad attitude. Are people deserving of what happens to them? No, not at all. But this is the world we live in. We have to, give both ends of the spectrum of life, and prepare our children with tools and education so that they can navigate through this wicked ass world, because it's only getting worse. So that's what I got.
All right. What do you think, Yella?
No, I 100% agree though. It's unfortunate, and what y'all saying is absolutely applicable in the future. I want to say that. So for like anybody listening, you know what I'm saying, something they want to teach somebody else or teach their kids, it's a lot of people don't know how to de-escalate this, especially younger people.
That was the point, Yella. That was
No, I get you. Yeah, I get you. You know what I'm saying? But as as far as Dentella saying what she was saying, yeah, I just be like,
I ain't heard that one yet.
I just be like, what be the people who listen to that? Like, I got something wrong with me. I ain't gonna BS. Like, I got a couple screws loose.
We all do,
but
brother.
nothing about that could be entertaining. Like, there's a special type of screw that's loose if watching that entertains you, and I mean like in a serious manner, like to where, because there's a thin line between in it. Like, I stream, right? You know what I'm saying? I tell my people, look, half shit I be saying because I be smoking. I just be up here talking shit. Don't take nothing I say for real. It's a difference when you trying to teach or when you trying to kind of inform or however it is. Yeah. And when that's how you like, you listening to that shit and then like listen and like applying it to your actual life and how you think. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Shout out to them people, I guess. If y'all need a hug, I ain't the one, but I know some people who will.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's why I always say, Yella, I always say, let her work. Let her do her work. I disagree with the lies. I don't think she should lie. I think she should just tell the truth. But of course, that's not going to be as salacious as her making everything look like black men or men in general are just the enemy of the scourge of the earth, right? The only people I say let her work because, in my opinion, she's only going to pull those kind of people that are not going to get therapy. They're not going to get no help. They're not going to straighten out. They're not going to do any of the things that the guys in the dating arena need to have them do so that they could be looked at and taken seriously as mates, right? So they're not going to do any of that work. So let her take them over and drop them off on the lesbians, right? Right? I mean, right? They should be the ones that should be screaming the most, right? Those of you guys that are out here dating, you should be like, go, Priscilla, go. Get rid of them. Let's get them people. The people that will follow you are going to be similar in thinking. Let's get them out of the way. Because like you guys know, in business, they say 20% of your problems, 20% of the people going to give you 80% of your problems, right? Let's get that 20% that's causing all these problems in the heterosexual dating place. Let's get them out. Let's get them over to the lesbians, right? The lesbians are the ones that should be saying, oh no, Priscilla, they should be screaming out, right? And they starting to a little bit. They starting to come out and say, wait a minute, why are you going to drop all these kind of people on us? But hey, that's y'all queen, y'all. She the one that's going to take them and drop them off over there. Cool. Because there's certain type of women that have issues, but they're going to go get help. They realize they need help. They need some type of help, whether it's therapy or some type of other discipline. to help them get through that stuff that's happened to them so that they can be better for a man that actually want to spend time with them beyond just having sex with them, then they know they need work to actually have that happen. Okay, leave them here with us, but then they're not going to be the ones that follow Priscilla anyway. The ones that follow Priscilla are going to be the ones that are going to agree with her that and not take no personal accountability. They're going to say, "Oh, it's men. The reason why I got all these problems because I'm dealing with men. If I stop dealing with men, I won't have these problems. But you're going to continue to have the problems because you ain't dealing with the problem that you got internally that has you pookie picking. You just going to go into the lesbian camp and pookie pick over there. But she ain't explaining that to them. That's why I say just let her work. Let her do her work. She's going to remove a lot of these people out of the way. And by the time they figure it out, they're going to be already behind the lesbian walls. Right? They're going to be back in lesbian heaven, right?
To those heterosexual women or lesbians, don't matter. I'm starting a cookie outreach fund for all the cookies who want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting a cookie outreach fund. So need help, you know. Shout out to Yellow Pill Coffee. Come see me out.
Yeah, okay. Hold on, Yellow, because I want you to shout out yourself. So we're gonna do a little wrap up now, and then everybody's gonna shout out where they can be found and what time and everything. All right. So let's go Bolo first, and then let's go Yellow.
All right, y'all can see me tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time at 7 o'clock.
My man.
Come on now. I took a little while, I was stuck a little bit, but I got together. Every morning, Eastern Standard Time, 7 a.m., Bolo TV. We go on Thursdays and Fridays twice. So check us out. Guys, have a blessed night. Lord willing, see you in the morning.
Thank you, brother, for coming up. So if you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, The Village, what is you doing? Get on over there and subscribe to Bolo TV and The Village and go get y'all. And everything we mess up, all the scriptures we mess up here, go over there and they'll explain everything to you the right way. All right, love you, bro.
Y'all be good, man.
All right, peace. All right, that was Brother Bolo. Okay, Brother Yellow. Then it was just two.
Yeah, y'all can't find me nowhere on here other than critically drinking. Pull up to the bar.
Drinking.
Grab something to sip on. If you ain't following already, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Nah, then that's gonna have to be the next stream. You ain't following critically drink. What's wrong with you? Nah. But yeah, that's basically where everybody over here can catch me. I'll catch y'all later, man. Everybody enjoy y'all.
Wait. Yellow. What time is when is the next time you guys going up?
Tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow
at
I want to say 4. Let me make sure. I'm terrible. Don't
so I need to just go past you and ask for Sean.
I don't probably so. Man, look, I'm there. Just I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? I want to say 3.
Oh,
yeah, okay. So
she said 3 p.m. Eastern, so that's what my time. That's 12 noon out here in LA on the West Coast. All right.
2 Central for us Midwesterners. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
But I will catch y'all later, man. Thank you, bro. C, for letting me up.
Hey, man, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, that was Yellow. Pill Coffee, man. Hey, if you really want to treat, man, get on over to Critically Drinking and let them hash it out for you, man. And maybe they'll do one on this, right? Clarence was wrong about Sandra Bland, right? Maybe they'll do one about this, right? But catch Critically Drinking at 3 p.m. Eastern. I don't know. Now, they said they want to do a round 2 on the Yeaton thing. I don't know I won't be available for the date that we were trying to get done. So maybe Bro C might not be for that one. Might not be at that one. But I will watch. You guys watch it. Just take a look. Maybe I'll do what do you call that? A reaction to the reaction, right? But shout out to Critically Drinking. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, get on over there. That's where you will see Yellow over there. You will see Arshawn. You will see Bree. You'll see the crew over there, right? He got a bunch of different people that comes up over there. So you will see them over there. But shout out to them. All right. Let's see. I think that's it, y'all. We have 4 hours. I think we did pretty good. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to get to, and she interrupts the video just as much as me. It's hard, y'all, because when you're talking about a video, man, it's hard to just, let it go because there's so many things going on, and you have to stop it to address all the stuff, man. And then you end up letting a lot of stuff go by because you just can't address every little thing in the video, right? So, and we got this far only because I was able to watch 2.5 hours of it last night, right? So, I mean, hey, man, but next time we're going to talk about, shout out to you, Yella. Next time we're going to talk about how she actually got into the jailhouse and what happened to her in the jailhouse and what could have happened in that situation where things could have been different in that situation. So we will discuss it. What we wanted to do is kind of show that Princella kind of took it out. She kind of went out of range a little bit on blaming the whole thing on Sandra Bland. We agree that man, her attitude could have played a role in her even getting arrested, right? But who's to say, right? Who's to say? Looking at the video, it seems that way, right? But she tried to blame the whole thing on Sandra Bland, like the police officer just had. No, he was forced to pull her out of the car. He wasn't forced to pull her out of the car. He wasn't forced to do nothing but give her a ticket. And he wasn't even forced to do that. He could have gave her a warning, gave the other girl a warning, and she had less stuff going on. She had more stuff going on than Sandra Bland, right? But that's how the situation went, right? All we're trying to say is, hey, brothers and sisters, if you out there and you run into the police, man, you don't know what's going to happen until you're able to get that energy coming across. Once that energy comes across the table, then you can kind of see what's going on and how you should respond, right? But you should always respect the authority, right? Right? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us to respect these police officers' authority as so long as they don't ask you to do something outside of your religion. Hey, Clarence, come behind me back here behind this liquor store. I want to bend you over my police car. No, you're not, Mr. Officer. That ain't happening, right? Come back here, little girl. I'm going to do it. No. He said we should obey them. We should be compliant with them so long as they don't abuse, ask us to do something outside of our religion, right? So, you know what I mean? That's a tightrope we got to walk. So you got to know. So you got to know the laws in your state. Yellow. You got to know the laws in your state. If you don't know the laws in your state, because each state got different laws about how you can handle a traffic stop as the person, as the violator. How can you handle that traffic stop, right? The police can ask you to do whatever. The police can lie to you to try to get information out of you, right? They can lie to you. They can tell you all kinds of things. They can do whatever they want to do, right? As long as they ain't in court, they can lie to you, right? As long as you ain't under arrest, you can lie to them, but it might bite you, come back to bite you. So that's the chance you're taking, but not doing nothing illegal lying to them. You only lie only when you in court lying. That's perjury. That's called perjury, right? Or you been subpoenaed, or to do what do you call that? When a lawyer has you in the room, you've been deposed, right? You're doing a deposition. Other than that, but the cops have ultimately the most responsibility in a situation where they have stopped you. They have the most responsibility. Oh, shout out to Quantum. I didn't know Quantum had a page. Shout out to Quantum. Thank you, Annie. Yeah. So that's it, y'all. That's all we're gonna hit. I just wanted to break down the traffic stop. Next time we're gonna break down her being in the jailhouse, right? We're gonna finish up a little bit with the traffic stop, and then what happened to her in the jailhouse, right? Because the Queen Maker is saying all this stuff that doesn't add up, right? She's saying Sandra Bland is all her fault, and it wasn't all her fault. She could have handled things a little different, but it wasn't all her fault. It was probably 5% Sandra Bland's fault. 5%. I'm saying she had a 5 to 10% chance of being able to make the situation go a certain way, right? She could have applied herself and just said, you know what, okay. But anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. All right, y'all. Let's do the rundown. Let's get up out of here. Okay. Who we have on the show today? We have Brother Rico. What do y'all think about Rico? As always, if you want to find Rico, I think Rico's probably over on the Dominican route right now. So if you want to see more of Rico, Rico's over on the Dominican route. Go through there and just say what's up to him if you didn't get a chance to holler at him over here. But shout out to Rico, man. Me and him were going off on each other on the phone last night. So I said, hey, Rico, since we arguing this good, it's probably a good topic for tomorrow, right? He said, let's do it. I said, okay. So, but how did he do today? Very solid, as always, man. Rico's a very solid cat, man. Always very solid. Yeah, very solid dude. Who else? Bolo TV was on. Right? If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, get your butt on over to Bolo TV, man. Are they going to say, you got to be a Christian? You got to be a Christian. No, they're not going to do that to you. They're just going to talk about scriptures and life, right? But if you're a person that really into the scriptures, that's a place for you, man. And if you're somebody like me, you a heathen, you go over there and learn something, right? Maybe, right? But shout out to Bolo, man. Go on over and check him out. He said he's gonna do something tomorrow morning, Eastern time. I forgot that fast what time he said, but usually on Monday he does something in the morning. So I think it's like 4 a.m. My time, so that would be 7 a.m. his time, Eastern, 7 a.m. Eastern. Check him out, man. See, give him a shot. Get a brother a shot. Who else was on the show today? Brother Yellow. The Yellow Pill was on here, man. Shout out to Yellow Pill. Well, talking to the static, huh? Let's do this. Can y'all hear me now? Is there still static out there? I don't know what's going on, man. See, that's my fault because I haven't hooked up Vaughn's mic yet. Vaughn Bryant sent me a good microphone. I just don't have. There's something I'm missing for it. I need to go and pick it up so that I can set it up right. And I just haven't done it. I've been using this other mic. You back? I'm back. Thank you, Arshawn. Appreciate you. Get on over. Speaking of Arshawn, man, get on over to Critically Drinking and check them out, man. Man, You're gonna see Arshawn, Yella, and Bree over there. So check them out. Thank you, Quantum. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. So we're gonna be back possibly Thursday, definitely Sunday. We're gonna address this Sandra Bland situation. We're gonna finish that up because a lot of our people will deal with the police in this way, and some of them unfortunately losing their life, right? But we can't blame the person. It's the police officer. It's his duty to keep his cool. That's his job. His job is to keep his cool, not the person he's stopping, right? And he should know that. But hey, even cops have a bad day, right? Maybe this guy had a bad day, right? Anyway, we're going to look more into it, right? We're going to look more into it. All right, y'all. That's it. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for 4 hours. Holy smokes. All right, we will see y'all on the next one. Peace.